morning, everyone. Welcome to the regular session of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors. We'll also be sitting as all special taxing districts. This is the March 15, 2021 regular meeting. It's 9 a.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. We're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I will have Supervisor Pancrase lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now, the first item in the agenda is called Call to the Public. Call to the Public is held for the public's benefit to allow individuals to address issues within the board's jurisdiction. Board members may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to Arizona revised statutes, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to criticism, or scheduling the matter for further discussion and a decision at a future date. Now, anyone who's concerned about COVID-19 and does not want to be put into an open setting can submit an email. Call to the public statement at publiccomment@yumacountyaz.gov. These email forms of public comment will be accepted until 8 a.m. the morning of the meeting. All public comments will be read out loud during the Yuma County Board of Supervisors meeting that starts at 9 a.m. Do we have any emails? No. Any comments from the public? No? I have a, okay. In call to the public, do we have Martinez Lake Fire District item in the agenda? No? Then I want to ask Philip Johnson to come up. We do have your information, so you don't have to repeat it. We'll put it in the public record. Yes, Mr. Johnson?
Okay, don't repeat it. Okay. First off, thank you guys for taking the time. I'm here today not only as a former or current representative, depending on how the outcome of the county's decision is for the Martinez Lake Fire District as a fire chief, a voter in the Martinez Lake Fire District, and asked by the community to come here to address the issues that is Martinez Lake Fire District. So currently we have a board that is non-compliant. So under Arizona statutes and fire district laws and regulations, all board members are required to sign an oath of office and turn it in to the county board of supervisors and record, in addition to the open meeting laws being read, written, and accepted. No board member, current or past, has done this. Meaning we have an invalid board. Secondly, we've been having problems with the board having illegal meetings, so they're not doing the public postings. They're doing tailgate meetings. They're not posting meetings in 72 hours. They're not posting agenda items, and they're doing a lot of stuff by the clock of night. In addition, with appointing board members in executive sessions, which is against Arizona law. You're supposed to notify the public that there's going to be an opening or is an opening, and they're appointing people, picking who they're appointing and appointing them in private sessions with no public comment or concern. In addition, our community has reached out and said that the chairman has conflict of interest due to his personal business and contract with the fire district that he's misinforming the public about to get his agenda across. That being said, the continuous and disregard for the law has been there. I've been working on this project since November 2019 when the county, rural metro, and everyone brought me in on it. And I sat on the board for some time and then was asked to step down and take the position of fire chief. In that time, we've been able to stand the fire department for firemen. But with that, we've been trying to get the board to go compliant, and they've kind of just denied it and said they make the law and they don't care how it's done. They're going to run this how they want. I've reached out to the Arizona Fire District Association, who does all the legal classes, all the lobbying for the laws, and they told me to reach out to my board of supervisors and county attorney, as at this point, with invalid board members resigning and not being, they said that it is now the county board of supervisors' job per Arizona law to step in and take over temporary management and appoint temporary positions until a special election can be held. So I'm here trying to get the time to sit down with you guys and the district or the county attorney to see where we're going and see how we can correct this so that we don't lose the fire department we have, because then that means my community is going to lose fire insurance, lose funding. They're going to lose the whole purpose of us saving and making the fire district happen. So I'm reaching out today to see when we could arrange an emergency session and get things moving forward to figure out what to happen before they cause more damage than they are. They're currently having 2 to 4 illegal sessions per week and making major decisions for the district that are non-compliant and against Arizona statutes. So that's reaching out to.
Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of time for us to catch up with everything that's going on. I suppose that the first thing we'd ask is, who your representative from that district is, supervisor? Mr. Simmons.
Yes,
and no, I suppose you're aware of it.
Yeah, we're aware of it, and we're working with the county attorney and Susan, and it's in the process.
All right, so what it means to me is that we already have some knowledge about what's going on, and hopefully we'll clear this with legal. We tend to do that. We can't really make a decision on a presentation like this. It's just the initial stage, but this allows us to take the next step, and the next step is going to be decided about where everything is at in terms of the legal and what we can do to start, making that process be more open. I guess it's just open meeting laws and meeting all the requirements that are necessary for that to be an operating board. I don't know enough to say more than that, but thank you for bringing that up, and I suppose that the channels already been open, the channels of communication have already been opened up so that we can start looking into the situation. It's unfortunate that it gets to a point like this, but if it does, then we can't avoid but looking at it from the perspective of our responsibility to that community itself.
Yes.
Right?
And lastly, I just would like to put on there that Sunday morning I was handed resignation paperwork to step down as chief as retaliation for going to try to get a contract with them, and the chairman of the board is also the president of the company that is contracting for conflict of interest. They're starting to do retaliation on it, and then they handed me a resignation letter on Sunday morning at my house that was dated 3 days prior and told me you got an hour to go get all your stuff, even though it's dated 3 days ago, and have 72 hours. So according to the Arizona Fire District Association, they would say that resignation might be deemed invalid because the board is invalid. So that is another thing I'm coming to the board of supervisors with is if an invalid board should not be able to.
Well, I think we understand. I think we understand. I mean, everything that comes out of those actions are going to be questioned. So, and I understand that to you, this is like, really an emergency. This is happening to you right now as we speak. So we understand the severity of what's going on, and also the fact that it's very timely. So we'll get into it right away. That's the best we can do at this time. There can be we can't make a decision, but obviously from what you just stated, and there will be another side of that story, I'm sure. So we're going to have to start taking a look at it and see where we go with it. I mean, the administrator's been made aware of it now. Supervisor from the district knows about it, and I get legal now. It's been advised now. So.
And most of it's all documented.
All right.
Luckily, they document and put in the minutes all the laws they're violating.
All right, well, we're getting into a point where we may be discussing an item that's not in the agenda. It's basically, this is an opportunity for us to listen to someone make a statement, okay?
Yeah. So,
All right.
Darren, if you could reach
All
out
right,
to
thank
me,
you very much.
let me know what our further steps are.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? All right, anybody else? Call to the public? If not, then we'll move on to presentations, proclamations, and appointments. During this segment of the agenda, board members may discuss the presentations and proclamations and may announce appointments to Yuma County Planning and Zoning Commission and the Yuma County Board of Adjustment. There will be no legal action taken. Anybody needs to or has to make a presentation or an appointment? Any board members? No? Then we'll move on to the next item in the agenda. Well, no, actually, we do have a presentation. The county line. It's a presentation by our Channel 77. So we do have a presentation, so. You ready?
An early warning sewage testing program detects lower levels of COVID-19 in the foothills area. New traffic signals and signage help provide safety at a couple of busy intersections. And a banner of appreciation was delivered to the health district. These stories and more, this is your County Line. It's a lot like the proverbial canary in the coal mine, an early warning system so those potentially affected can take action. The Yuma County Public Health Services District teamed up with the University of Arizona to begin the Early Warning Sewage Testing Project. The testing program collects sewage samples twice per week in locations across Yuma County and tests for SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. On February 18th, the project detected an increased presence of COVID-19 in the foothills area. The latest testing results from late February and early March in the same area are now showing reduced concentrations of the virus.
What this process does, it identifies the presence of COVID in the sewage water, so it gives you up to 2 weeks advance notice. This allows for people to pursue the option of going and getting tested even if they're asymptomatic, or perhaps continuing to follow the mitigation guidelines such as mask wearing and increased hygiene.
This testing program helps health professionals understand when, if, and how much COVID-19 is present in certain areas, and provides early warning signs of a potential outbreak. As the county's population grows, that means more vehicles are on the road. One of Development Services' main priorities is road safety. A few months back, the engineers at Development Services looked at a few busy intersections that lacked safety measures. Teaming up with DPE, a local construction company, they were able to implement lights, signs, and signals to help smooth traffic flow at these road junctions. Four-way traffic lights were installed at County 15th and Avenue A. These lights will be operational in the coming weeks.
We've had too many people where they've ran stop signs, so with the signal it's a little bit more controlled and fluid movement, so that should help both the amount of traffic flow through there a little bit easier and also minimize the number of accidents.
At County 11th Street and Somerton Avenue, a variety of signage installed there makes this unusual cross-section friendlier for travelers. As an added bonus to safety, all of the equipment at this location is solar powered.
This is going to have some street lighting as well as the LED enhanced signage, and in addition to that we will have centerline rumble strips and also the transverse rumble strips coming up to the stop sign.
Upgrades are constantly being performed to county roadways. Stay tuned as we announce future projects. For the last year, our Yuma County Public Health Services District has been answering the call for help while responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff have worked long and unusual hours to provide for the response to the community, sacrificing evenings and weekends. On behalf of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors and all county employees, County Administrator Susan Thorpe and Deputy County Administrator Ian McGahey stopped by the Health District to deliver a banner.
Our County Board of Supervisors and the County Administration see Diana Gomez on a regular basis, and we're able to show our appreciation to her and to thank her for her work. But for the vast majority of employees at the Health Department, we really don't get to see them. So I wanted to take that banner over to show them that we really appreciate all their work day in and day out, especially now with giving that life-saving vaccine to our community.
Yuma County didn't see the first case of coronavirus until March 20th, 2020. But even before the first case, the Health District had already gone into full action. They continue to facilitate all aspects of the COVID response in Yuma County, along with providing their regular services.
I'm Elia Juarez, and this is your library update. exactly was Andrew Carnegie, and why was he at all important to the Yuma community? We'll explain next. This month, we are featuring the stylings of Dr. Jeffrey Smith. He is a professional reenactor who specializes in doing historical character roles, including Andrew Carnegie. Carnegie was a world-renowned businessman who gave many grants to places around the country that needed to build libraries, including our very own Heritage Library here in Yuma. To find the videos, just go to Facebook and follow the Yuma Library Facebook page or follow our YouTube channel. And don't forget to check us out on Instagram, Pinterest, and Twitter.
Before we head out, we want to share some important dates where we will be recognizing dedicated county employees. In April, we celebrate National County Government Month. At the Board of Supervisors meeting on Monday, April 5th, we will introduce the nominees for the 2020 Court and County Employee of the Year. During the following board meeting on Monday, April 19th, the winners will be announced along with the winner of the Safety Excellence Award. Be sure to tune in to find out who the winners are. We'd like to thank you for joining us for this County Line. If you'd like to watch past episodes, log on to yumacountyaz.gov/VOD. And don't forget, you can join us live on Facebook. We'd like to leave you with a message from Yuma County employee Sylvester Curiel, telling us why he loves working for Yuma County. We'll see you next time.
My name is Sylvester Curiel, and I'm a network technician. I've been with the county for 17 years. I started out as a work study, and I saw the environment, I saw the opportunities, and I decided to apply. Pretty much troubleshooting network, which is switches, internet, phone systems. Every day is different. It's not always the same thing. It doesn't feel like working, I guess. Apply, and from there, it's a ladder.
Okay. All right, we then, that was presentations, proclamations, and appointments, and that was the presentation that was scheduled for this section of the agenda. The next item is consent calendar, where the following items are listed under the consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one single motion, unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent calendar and will be taken out separate for discussion and action. I see that there is, 13 items in the consent agenda. I do have one that I need to pull out, and then one that I know Susan wants to pull out. Which one is it, Susan? I forgot. It would be item number 9. It would be item number 9. Item number 9, a resolution authorizing the chairman to sign the resolution for Southwest Gas. We're going to pull that item. It's not ready for decision. Is that correct, Susan? So we're pulling that item, we're moving it to a future agenda. And I also have item number 12 that, I need to pull out to discuss. So item number 9 is going to be delayed or tabled to the next, until it's ready. And item number 9 and number 12 will be up for discussion. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
I'll make that.
Oh.
Is there a second? Well, there's motion and a second, just don't know who made it first.
Doesn't matter.
All right, so there's been a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar as presented, with the exception of number 9, which will be tabled or continued, and number 12, which will be open for discussion. Anybody has any more comments? If none, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. I'm opening item number 12. I saw it as an item that needed to be discussed a little bit because of the term, the length of the contract, and the fact that we're working through a situation that basically makes the county a little more responsible for what happens in the parks. I mean, I don't have a problem at all with Louis Gradias and the group in Gaston. I think they've done an excellent job, even when not asked to do so. But at this particular time, I think that making an agreement that takes 5 years and then an automatic extension for another 5 years, that makes it a 10-year agreement, I think that's a long time, and I'm not sure that we as a county, or I as a chairman, will be comfortable with a situation where we have an agreement that lasts for 10 years to take care of a county facility and have basically very little to do or say about how that park is managed. And Although, like I said, I like Louis, he is a little bit, how would I say? Sometimes it makes it a little uncomfortable people to use that park. Sometimes he's a little rough on the edges without getting into a lot of detail. And I don't know if that's a situation that I'd like to get into. I know I signed the agreement because I've seen, the copy that's in the agenda. But do we have enough time to renegotiate, at least the time? I wouldn't like to saddle future boards with the situation they would want to do something with that park and not be able to because of a signed agreement that goes over that long. I was a little surprised that it was for 10 years. I think that what happened is this is based on the prior situation where we really haven't paid much attention or focused much on parks and recreation. I think we're doing that now, and this contract seems to be a little long. I don't know what the rest of the board, but I guess Mr. Phipps is here to tell us a little bit about it.
Good morning, Mr.
Good
Chairman,
morning.
members of the board. To answer your first question, yes, we could go back and negotiate that. What you're seeing in the contract is pretty typical with our parks contracts, where they are 5-year contracts and they automatically renew. We haven't had any issues in the past with anybody, with the Optimists, with the Gadsden Community Development Group. So, I mean, that's typically what we've done. We can change. Yeah. We can consult with county attorney, and if that's what the board so chooses.
Well, what I'd like to do is, if it's possible for us to do automatic renewables, I would like it to make it every year so that it's renewed another year and a year, so that it allows changes that may happen between now and then to be able to be exercised without getting into trouble with, I wouldn't say that the Gadsden Community Board is going to give us trouble, but there are some commitments in there that I see as fine. I mean, the tractor, whatever, the hedge trimmer. I mean, those are pieces of equipment that I used to basically upkeep and maintain. It's a good deal for the county. Let me put it that way. I just don't know if that's necessarily what we look at in the future, us being able to take care of county property, especially park property, and it limits what we can do in terms of managing at all. If we ever wanted to step in and say, look, let's make that more of a county park as opposed to a community park that is managed by a community board that may or may not be receptive to whomever. So that's why I brought it up. And I think it's just a matter of going back to legal and asking them if those segments can be made shorter, whether it's a 2-year, renewable every 2 years, something that allows the county to go into a situation where we make some changes without having to redo, waiting 5 years to redo it. Because they may just simply say, we have a 5-year deal, you guys can't make any changes without us agreeing to, which is probably true. That's what a legal agreement is. Do we have a clause in there that means that they can cancel at any time?
Says
I know.
5-year period and will automatically be extended for 5-year periods in the absence of a written notice by either party of at least 90 days.
So 90 days. So we have a 90 days clause.
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Right, well,
If there is an issue, we can notify them immediately. We can notify anybody immediately. That's typical in all of our contracts.
Yeah, and I remember back some time ago, with most of you weren't here, that we were always told by the attorney, the county can't get into long-term agreements. They gotta, review them. Every time there's a new board, they can make some changes. And I used to say, that's true, yeah, that's right. And now, I get a 5-year with a 5-year renewable clause, and nobody says anything. I'm talking legal, right? And again, this may be beneficial for the county at this particular time, but things may change. So it's fine. So we have a 90-day clause that we can actually exercise a written clause. So it's not, it's basically a 10-year agreement that can be dissolved in 90 days.
Yes.
On any given year, sir.
Well, okay, then I might pull back a little. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have my concern with the park is that he can rent it and set any fee he wants. I mean, that's basically what I'm reading here. Maybe I'm wrong, but he can set that fee. Is that correct?
It appears to be, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Porchos. Typically, the fee is less than $100. It's a deposit they put down, and if it's clean after they leave, then he gives them back, I think, $75. And they keep $25 for incidentals, for toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning supplies, so on.
And now, are those fees on the advert or posted there in the park?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Porteous, I would have to come back with that answer.
No, I don't think so.
And you see, I think we need to provide those, or at least post those.
Review
the fees, and also, is the park open all the time, or is it only for events, or if it's only gonna be rented?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Porteous, to my understanding, the park is opened during the daytime hours because we've had some issue with the lights. They do schedule a lot of events there, quinceañeras, birthday parties, retirement parties, so on and so forth. Mainly the use on the weekends is when it's Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays.
And you know, and I have used that park, a long time ago with birthday parties when the school had it. You know, and I talked to Susan about this a while ago, that there were some residents in Gadsden that had complaints because when they would go into the park, they would get run out of there. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. If it's, I mean, can someone just go in there and just enjoy the green, you know, not have an event, but just be there, either kicking the ball or something, the kids. And my deal was, or at least the complaints that I got were, they were not allowed to be there kicking the ball, you know, with the, you know, the kids. So I just want to make sure that that's posted, that they can, you know, just for events, it's a rental fee, which is, I agree, that's okay, because they got to clean it up. But for someone to go in there and just, a resident that lives in that area and to use it just for playing with the kids, they shouldn't be told to leave or charged.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Porteous, you are correct, and we'll look into that.
Yeah, just so that board knows, and that, you know, that's not, because if we get those complaints, then I think we need to figure something out.
I agree, sir.
All right, thanks.
Well, like I said, that 90-day thing, if it gets to a point where, you know, and I'm a little more concerned with the fact that Louis is a retired individual. He doesn't necessarily have, you know, and I'll feel guilty about it if I say this, because he's gonna come back after me, but, you know, he doesn't necessarily spend all the time that he used to spend there. He's out visiting, he's out doing other things, and to me, we place an undue burden on him back some time ago when he was willing to do this for us. That community group, in reality, is a group that's been around for 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, it's nothing new. And most of us who know Louis know how tough it can be sometimes. But, I mean, we traded one thing for the other. We traded the fact that we didn't have to take care of the park and do all the maintenance and keep an eye on it and so forth, for allowing somebody else to manage that. And obviously, just like anyone else, Louis has his own ways, and he looks at things his own way. And sometimes, you know, we do have a little bit of a conflict between people, which is somewhat normal. But if the park has park hours, you know, when it's open, and it's allowed by the community to use it at any time, you know, between the hours of, say, whatever, 9 to 6 or 9 to 5, whatever, just hours. And if the fee applies only to specific times where you're gonna, you know, like use the Ramada, use the facilities that way, and if he understands that to do that, he has to keep, you know, insurance for the park, which is a big issue to me. I mean, something happens in that park, so it's a requirement in the agreement. So there are some things in there that I see as positive, most of them anyway. I just want to make sure that it's still open for the residents of Gadsden and the community in general, and that there is, you know, some sort of posting, I suppose, of the hours and the fees, so that and the phone number to call and so forth. And if it becomes too much of a strain on that community group, to let us know. You know, and so, you know, we're in or on the process of trying to get to a point where we take better care of our own facilities. This may be one of those situations where it's been okay for 20, 30, 40 years, where we may just be moving into a situation where we want to be a little more involved in the process. And I just thought that that was a long-term lease agreement that essentially had, you know, had renewable clauses that were automatic for 5 years. That's a long time, 10 years. And even though we do have 90-day notices to get out of an agreement, there's also the arguments that you make. I mean, I hope it's one of those clauses where you say, for whatever reason, if you wanna undo the contract or something, or the agreement, that we'll be able to do it legally, and they will be able to do it legally. Because it may get to a point where they will be the ones exercising that, not necessarily us.
Mr.
But with
Chairman,
those,
I can assure you that that will happen. If we need to
all right,
do that,
Mr.
that we
Phipps.
can. We have that in there for that reason.
All right, we'll bring you back up and if you have any
Not a
problems.
problem.
All right. Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, just as long as we put them on the record, you know, it's one of those things that, that it's getting to a point where the new generation of board members are taking a closer look at those things. All right, if there are no more questions, I will entertain a motion to go ahead and approve the item as presented.
I'll make the motion to approve the item as presented.
Okay, one, right? This was this item specifically.
Yes.
The delay was already covered on the first motion. Is that correct? Or we have to go through the delay too? Okay, well, this covers this item. So there's been a motion to go ahead and sign the agreement. Is there a second?
Second.
Then motion and second to sign the agreement with the comments attached to it. Any more discussion on the item? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Why is everybody getting up? Are we doing something to scare them or something?
You didn't want to talk to him.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so anybody opposed? Motion carries. Now, I'll entertain a motion to continue item number 9 as presented.
So moved.
The second.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and second to continue item number 9 to continue item number 9
Ed's fixing the kitchen.
as necessary.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
you can simply continue it or continue to a date certain.
Yeah, I know, that's why I said, it's either table the item or continue it to a date certain. To me, we don't have a date certain, do we? So we just continue the item indefinitely until it's ready to be presented to the board.
Discussion, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman.
Discussion?
How long are we going to continue this? How long do we need to continue this?
When would you think the item be ready, more like?
Aren't we pretty close?
Just because it's been continued for years now, right, Tony?
I don't know, I don't remember those anything.
That's what it said, yeah, in our.
As far as I know, it's only been continued since March 1st.
Oh.
This agreement.
But the
This
agreement had
franchise
expired and it's been continued
Yeah.
for quite some time. I'm just wondering.
I
wasn't
think that would
even
be a
aware.
question for the county engineer. I'm not sure what's going on.
Actually, you're involved in those discussions, so you might want to talk about that.
We've approved the resolution. It's the same form that the board's been using for the last 12 years. But the county engineer wants to use a different
Format.
format. And our office, for a number of legal reasons, cannot approve that.
A new format?
We'll be bringing it back at the next meeting regardless, and then it may end up being that we have Southwest Gas here that is in opposition to the county attorney's proposal, and the board will just need to make a decision at that
We'll
point.
bring it up for discussion.
Okay.
No matter what.
Thank you.
Just not, we don't have the necessary parties here to discuss it, so we're gonna continue it to, to a date uncertain, till it's ready. Is there a second? I think I
I'll
said,
second.
somebody made a motion,
I
didn't they?
seconded.
Yeah.
Second.
Is it been motion and second?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's been a motion and a second to continue item number 9. Any discussion? We already had it. Anybody, all those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Everybody, anybody opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, I think that we need to sort of give it some, to give it some, what do you call it? Some end, some resolution sometime soon. I didn't even know we've been discussing this for years. I thought they had a franchise, right? They have a franchise and this is the renewal of the franchise?
But the franchise expired
Yeah.
a while ago, right?
All right, so we need to,
The franchise expired about a year and a half ago.
oh, okay, so we need to.
Right now, there is no franchise.
I think we've
By-
had a,
By
sorry?
not continuing this to a date certain, you're going to have to re-advertise and start the whole process again.
We did it till the
Yeah,
April
till the
15th
till the
meeting.
next.
I
Okay,
didn't
well,
hear
let's
that in the
just make
motion,
sure
sorry,
that
Ron.
we're clear.
Yeah, we changed the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we continue it till the next meeting.
Good. That way we'll
I'll
get the clear.
second that.
Let me just make this technically okay. We had a motion and a second, so what we need is to,
I withdraw my motion.
good. So you withdraw
I'll
your
withdraw
motion
my
and your
second.
second, and we will issue a new motion. Is that
I'll
okay?
issue a new motion
those
that
in
we
favor
continue
of-
it till the next meeting.
All right, got it.
I'll second
So
it.
now the new motion is to table this item, to continue this item till the next scheduled meeting of the Board of Supervisors, regular meeting. Any discussion on this item? Okay,
I
no?
have one, just real quick. Ed, is there any other companies that are asking to be considered for this? Oh.
We've had a number of other franchises that have been granted for the last 12 years using the same format you adopted about 12 years ago.
Okay.
And one is probably within last year, we've done one.
The New Mexico one?
But this one, for some reason, I don't know if it's Southwest Gas or our engineer wants a different format.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing like throwing a little thing.
That APS franchise is up for renewal, and the county attorney's been, county engineer has been working with them on a franchise as well. Just so you know, the franchise agreement document that the county engineer has been using with Southwest Gas is basically the same format that every city and every other county uses across the state. And our county attorney has a different opinion than every other county and city across the state. So that's what our dilemma is at this point. So.
Is it our county attorney or our county engineer?
The county engineer is using a franchise document that has been standardized and used across every city and every county that we're aware of. So it's just a difference.
We continue the item to put it all together. But if you do have any questions about the process, I'm sure you can make that available to us. Okay? Before the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, just so you know, the county attorney doesn't agree with that remark that
I knew it.
that other counties are not using a similar franchise. Cities and counties are different as to their powers. I can imagine there are cities using a similar franchise as the one being proposed, but I'm not aware of any particular counties. Now we have 15 of them, but I've seen agreements from other counties that look like what we're proposing and that do follow state law.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we got to get ready because we'll be talking about broadband soon, and it's going to involve county right away and a couple of other things. So there's going to be plenty of discussion about franchising and so forth. All right, so there's been a motion and a second to continue the item till the next scheduled regular board meeting. And we've had discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion carries. And that concludes our consent items. We're moving on to discussion and action items. And I saw the first item is the Public Health Services District Emergency Management Discussion and Possible Action regarding COVID-19 updates and activities. And I think there she is. I think I saw their health director trying to find a place to sit earlier, and she didn't find one. And then all of a sudden, people disappeared. Weren't we supposed to acknowledge something for the mortuary? Fiduciary? She was here.
That was in the consent.
I know it was in the consent item. I was supposed to pull it out and thank them for a lot of stuff, and I just went by and I just saw them leave, and it's just too late. All right. Well, we're gonna
Candy's done a wonderful
put it
job.
up in the next board meeting so we can actually separate them and acknowledge her retirement and do some things about it. Okay. Just remind me, Susan. Okay. All right. So, Diana, Mrs. Gomez.
Good morning, Chairman Reyes, members of the board. Diana Gomez, Director of Public Health. Just to give you some overview, we've administered close to 66,000 vaccines in Yuma County. So we're making very good progress. About 43,000 of those are first doses, and about 25,000 of those are fully vaccinated, so including first and second dose. So again, to date, we primarily have been working with the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines, which require the 2 doses. So if you look at those numbers, roughly 18% of our population, if you look at our data, has been vaccinated or at least received some level of protection with the vaccines. The Johnson & Johnson Janssen vaccine is coming to our county. We knew that the supply would initially be limited. We received some doses early on, and we expect to receive additional doses by the end of the month. But again, that is a one-and-done vaccine, so again, it will not require the coordination either 21 or 28 days later. So that's encouraging. Our cases seem to be trending down, which is good. We still have to be vigilant. It's important for people to remember that there's a lot of people in our community that are still waiting for their vaccine that have not been vaccinated. There's also people that aren't able to get their vaccines now. So that we want to make sure we continue to be vigilant and take care of those people and take those precautions until that vaccine is available to them. We are continuing to have discussions with the state regarding a state-supported vaccination site. And again, those conversations are moving forward. We're hoping to have something in place within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Again, this will be in conjunction with Yuma Regional Medical Center. So again, different vaccination strategies throughout the county, enabling multiple access, I guess, at different points. One of the other things that's exciting is, as you know, early on, we really want to make sure we have equitable distribution. So we partnered with our clinical partners, including Sunset and Regional Center for Border Health, as well as the hospital, because, for example, our clinical partners, Regional Center and Sunset, have locations in South County, as well as East County. So Sunset, exciting news for them. They started receiving their federal allocation of vaccine directly from the federal government, I believe this last week. So moving forward, we will just complement by providing additional doses, but they will be getting their doses directly by the federal government. We have had a lot of vaccines get on board. Initially, Walgreens and CVS were providing vaccinations to our nursing facilities, right, our skilled nursing homes. And so what's happened is, as that has been completed, they have transitioned to providing those vaccines to the community. So we have CVS, we have Walgreens, we have Albertsons, and next in the queue will be Walmart and Sam's Club.
And Fry's.
And Fry's. Fry's has been providing vaccinations. So again, most of these pharmacies, again, are concentrated in the city of Yuma. So again, as those become live, and certainly as that big point state-supported pod becomes a reality, we will make sure that we will move to South County. And so right now the health department has been providing different vaccination clinics. Last week we focused on providing vaccinations for agricultural workers. We're working with our partners to make sure we do that. They have been patiently waiting, and so we're happy to be able to provide that. Our numbers are looking good as far as percentages of people vaccinated with multiple points of vaccination available throughout the county. We are hopeful that we'll be officially being able to move to expand to 55 and up, and again move to all our essential workers, starting again with agriculture and our grocery store workers, some of the other essential workers who have also waited very patiently. So lots of questions about where to find vaccine. The easiest way to do that is to go on the ADHS website. There is an icon that says find vaccine. If you click on that, it'll take you to the different sites throughout the state, but definitely in Yuma County, and it'll give you the specifics, the eligibility, as well as what you need to do to register for your vaccine. As more pharmacies come online to provide vaccines, it's easier for you to go on that site and find that information. We've gotten really good feedback from the community who were surprised. You know, they didn't know about that. They reached out. And again, it's a lot easier to check on that. That's updated every day than for us to include that in our, I think we make reference to that in our daily updates, but it's so much easier for people to go to the website, click on it, and see the criteria.
Diana, Mr. Chair, Diana?
Sure. Go ahead.
I had a concerned citizen a call concerning the fact that our little update hasn't changed in forever, and that when they do go to the state, it says none available, no sites available in Yuma County. So how is that going, I mean, I directed them to the pharmacies, but.
Right. As far as the update, I can look at that, but I can tell you that we've guided people through the Find My Vaccine site, and we click on it all the time too, because we want to see who else has come online.
Mm-hmm.
And you click on it and you scroll. Sometimes if you don't scroll to the bottom, you can't see Yuma is way at the bottom of the list.
Okay.
And so sometimes people see that, and the first thing that pops up is, for example, Maricopa has so many sites that it takes up the first page.
Okay.
So sometimes if you don't scroll all the way to the bottom, it looks like that. That's not an option, but they're there.
Okay.
And they've been really good about updating their information. But again, it's a good idea. Most of the pharmacies in town now are carrying the vaccine.
Yeah.
So that is definitely a backup calling. I just don't want them to be overwhelmed with calls. But yes, you can go on that site and you can see that information.
Well, you can go on the website for that
For
pharmacy, and they will direct you. That's how I got mine. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
I do want to, I'd say, express gratitude, I guess is the best way I could say it, for the emphasis that you guys have put onto South County residents in bringing the vaccine to them. It's a culturally sensitive situation where you have a lot of people who may not be able to or know how to navigate. We always keep saying, you know, you can always find your kid to do it because we always think the kid's going to do it for you, but it has been really important to me that the county has realized that not everyone can go through that, navigate through that, and made it easier for cities like Somerton and San Luis to be able to serve the residents through clinics of their own, where the county goes and provides the vaccine, but the cities and organizations provide the setup. That has really been, to me, a critical outreach program. There's a lot of people out there, and if you look at your website and you can do that, you'll realize that we're lagging a little bit behind in those areas that are really the ones that need it probably the most. But I do want to thank you for making the effort to reach out and actually go there where people are and apply vaccines. It's been a very successful program. It's gone from 300 to 600, and I'm sure that if you had your staff available.
Thank you, Amanda. Yeah.
Yes, and I do want to mention this. There are organizations out there like Amanda's and the Sunset Clinic. I always have a tough time calling Amanda's organization Western something, but they
Regional
Western
Center for
Region.
Border Health.
Center for Border Health, and they do have a presence there, but they conduct clinics like in Somerton. They have drive-through situations, so they're making their effort to do that. But essentially, a lot of these community organizations are really close to the people they serve. And cities like San Luis or cities like Somerton, I'm sure, have a lot of residents. They do have a lot of touch with elderly residents by the services they offer them. And I say again, Western Regional for Border Health is doing a great job of reaching out and doing some things for basically starting with their own clients. And so there is an effort out there, and there are organizations out there, but the Walmarts of the world, which again, we have one in San Luis, once they become available, once the restrictions of 1A and 1B and 1C, once we get past that, I'm sure that it's going to be overwhelming a little bit when you have all these people come in at the same time. So what you're doing is getting a little ahead of the curve. There will be available sites in San Luis and Somerton and South County for people in Gadsden, for people in those outlying areas, to actually receive those vaccines close to home. Some of them a lot of them walk over to where they're getting it. So I do want to emphasize that we noticed that, and I noticed that, and I think the residents over there are very, very thankful that you had an outreach out there. I want to thank Maria Nunez for setting those things up publicly, and she does a great job. So you have a great staff, not just with that banner. It's everyone out there is doing a good job, and we want you to know that.
Thank you.
We certainly get a lot of criticism when you do something that's not as popular, but providing vaccines to people, all kinds of people everywhere, and reaching out to them, going out to the fields and having them come in buses, that is a great job. And I know you may not get those kudos that often because it's been a rough going. When the supply basically never reaches the demand, you're always going to have people unhappy about it. But, I think we all recognize that you're trying to do as much as you possibly can, given what you've got, the tools that you've got. And I want to emphasize, it's not just about money. It's about being able to actually coordinate the situation so that it works, and being able to use the tools provided to you, not necessarily the tools you've made, but the tools provided to you to try to handle the overwhelming demand. And as long as that demand outpaces supply, you're going to have people happy and people unhappy. Just remember, the idea is to put as many vaccines into people's arms as possible. And within the scope of that protocol, it sometimes gets tough because for some people, this is life and death. At least they see it that way. So the emotions are pretty high out there.
How about Welton?
Oh, yeah, we'll get, I'm sorry, I'm going to say we.
Sunset's out in Welton, and we're trying to get something out further east, those that
good.
can't make it in.
Actually, you may want
Very
to.
similar to that. And working with those community organizations is really the key, because what we want to eliminate not only is the barrier to access, but the registration piece, and make it as easy as we can. So in these communities, having the community leaders in these community organizations take the lead and register, they know their community, so it's a lot easier for them to provide a location, help with the registration, and then we just show up and vaccinate. So yes, we're going to do that in East County as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, or
Okay, so, no, you go ahead.
I just had a couple of questions. One, on the numbers that are vaccinated, do those include the numbers that people have gone outside the county? Because I know quite a few people that have gone up to Phoenix to get their shots.
I believe those are the ones that have been administered here.
So that's
I will
just
double check and verify.
It's Just our
I
numbers?
believe that our numbers just reflect the ones that were
Issued here.
registered and reported in Yuma County.
Because they allocate X amount of vaccine, and so then we report back how we're using
Right.
that vaccine to make sure that we are using it the way we're supposed to be using it, so.
That, and
Sorry,
I've
hold on.
heard a lot of people, I've gotten a lot of calls, wanting to know when we're gonna lift the mask mandate, and I think we need to start looking at that. With our numbers dropping like they are and our vaccine going up, it's getting close to that time, I think.
Well,
Go ahead. Wait, hold on a minute.
You're
Supervisor
next, and
Porteous
then-
had,
okay.
yeah, you know,
Okay.
you don't have eyes in the back. Supervisor
I don't have eyes in the
but-
back of my head.
But I tell you, Mr. Porteous was out there, you know,
Okay,
jumping around.
Porteous, your
so,
turn.
Yeah. Supervisor Porteous, what's up?
I'll be quick. I just want to thank Diana and your department for what you're doing, especially, you know, with all those clinics. But also, I have a question. I know Sunset was, when they were getting their allocation from the county, they're giving them to their patients. Now with the federal, when they get their federal vaccines, is that only still for the patients or?
I know, I believe they're expanding into the community, and one of the things that they were doing this last week was helping us by sponsoring clinics for agricultural workers. So again, having that availability, and again, it's another source of vaccine, so. Yeah.
I saw that this morning they were actually doing that in Somerton there at the park, so. And,
That's what we want.
Okay,
Good.
now.
Oh, you're
Supervisor
next. Go
Frank
ahead.
Garcia- No.
Go ahead, Len.
Next after you.
Mr. Chair, Diana, my question is, the homeless, have we started doing anything for the homeless in our community as far as maybe the Johnson & Johnson where they get one and done? And I've gotten phone calls about adult disabled folks and where they are on the priority list, and a lot of folks who have Down syndromes, and also have a lot of people who have disabilities also have health issues. And so I was wondering, I don't know where they are on the.
So we started, because of that, and because there's challenges that go with that, we started reaching out to those agencies, and we actually sponsored a few small vaccination clinics. We started with identifying people that had developmental disabilities, we needed there to be a barrier. So we've already started that. We started the conversation. It's very interesting that you said that the homeless, because that's a conversation that we're moving on to next.
Okay.
And again, keeping in mind that the Johnson vaccine is ideal if, when you look into the availability for first and second dose. So it might be an option. Again, we haven't gotten a supply that we feel comfortable with. And we don't anticipate that we'd be eligible to receive any more until the end of the month. But that's certainly an option that we are looking at. But again, vaccine, very personal choice, and we, regardless of your whether you're homeless or what group you fall in, we want to make sure that you have the option of either the Moderna, the Pfizer, or the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So, but we need more supply of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to make that reality.
Mr. Chair and Diana, all you have to do is go to the Heritage Library and you will be able to get a large number of folks. So.
You know, it's,
I know.
You know, and it's sort of weird because I think they're like a hidden population that you don't see very often unless you look, you actively look out for them. But we do have them in San Luis, we have them in Somerton. They just, they're not very visible, but they should be, looked at or searched for, because they do travel around, and get around a lot. That's part of what happens. And I think if we need to gain control a little bit about this, we need to start making a concerted effort to get them in, to get them vaccinated, especially if it's a one-dose situation.
So we have started looking at that.
I figured you all had, but when I get calls, I want to make sure that
Supervisor
they're brought
Lai?
up. So, yeah.
With the expansion of the federal direct, are we still prioritizing the tiers?
So once we get a steady dose of vaccine, we'll have a greater degree of flexibility. I was looking at the numbers this weekend, and I think we can comfortably move to expand to the 55 and start doing that. When the pot opens, and if we're able to increase that number of supply, we will have a greater degree of flexibility. I've learned not to get ahead of myself because then it just never works out. So I'm going to be cautiously optimistic, but that is the goal. The goal is we get to a certain point where we have that level of vaccine coming in, where we can just put shots in people's arms. If you want it, you can access it. Because the tiered approach, I recognize why it's important. We needed to do it. But at a certain point, it just becomes an issue, and it's a lot faster to just be able to provide it if you want it. So we need to get there.
Thank you.
All right, okay, anything else? I mean, I've got a couple of issues that we'll talk later, but anything else on the health side? Anything else on the emergency side? And before we move out of the emergency side, I just had an email that came in from FEMA, I guess, you know, basically announcing they have $510 million, of which I think $100 million is going to be made available to those organizations that are handling the refugee asylum seekers cases. And that is, in some ways, that is also a health issue. It's the rapid testing. I know that in Somerton, they're doing it, you know, they're processing people and testing people. And I'm sure because they're from Cuba and Brazil that we're going to have some strains coming up that we're not used to deal with. Just be careful, because that's going to be, it's a touchy enough subject out in the community. You know, so be careful, or at least try to deal with it. Be in touch with what's going on, I guess is the best way I can say it, because it will eventually become a health issue that we got to deal with, because the numbers are too large to ignore. And we certainly don't want to make it about a health issue only. It is a humanitarian situation that needs to be dealt with, but the Health Department and Emergency Management should have a part in that. It should look into, you know, exactly how we're going to deal with that and come up with a plan to deal with it. I know that the rapid testing, it's available. I know that the transportation seems to become available. So there are organizations out there, namely Campesinos Sin Fronteras and the Western Regional Border Health, that are handling a lot of that. And the city of Yuma is coordinating with that. The county really has been asked for very little, but that may change at any time. Because essentially when those immigrants, or not immigrants, but when those asylum seekers come into the country, they don't drop them off at county places. They drop them off at city places. You know, they drop them inside, you know, urban areas, and that makes the cities have a lot more to do with what happened and how you process them. And it's been to me personally, we have attended a couple of hearings on this. The community has responded well so far. If the numbers stay or remain below what they are right now, I think it may not reach that crisis stage. Last time there was a crisis, I'd say, well, there's really no crisis. It's just an issue that we have to deal with. But in this particular case, because of the health component, it can become a crisis as far as I'm concerned. And it's not, and it's going to be county-wide, not just, you know, limited to cities. If it's a health issue, it'll be county-wide. So please keep an eye on that, okay? Any more comments? If not,
thank you, Diana, for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your staff
Tony,
is doing an
I just wanted
amazing
to
job. Thank
get
you.
up so you can be seen,
All right.
the cameras. So people, that is our emergency management specialist. Tony, come up. We want people to know you so they can call you. No, I'm just kidding. Nothing. Keep an eye on the FEMA-DEMA situation. It's going to be something that comes up that needs attention and direction. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Tony, thank you for being on that co-ed meeting the other day and making some very
All right. Okay.
Good statements.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. We're going to go on to, you know what, I left normally, and this is what I do all the time, I would say that, but I left the open to the public section open. I leave that open throughout the whole morning until we're done. And I do have somebody named Larry Cable that he wants to talk about, I guess, the situation out in Martinez Lake. Is he here? Oh, there he is. You know, again, I just want to make this clear. Whatever we talk, whatever you bring to us is something that we can't, because it's not in the agenda, it's not something we can make a decision on. The prior conversation having to do with the situation that is going on at Martinez Lake, it's going to be handled through Supervisor, what's your last name? I like to do that to him all the time. You know, and it's already been made known to the administrator and to the legal people. So if you want to make a statement, just come up.
Well, okay, I'm Larry Gable. I'm the president of the Community Association at Martinez Lake. And I've written communication a couple times to the board and the county attorney and the building department, asking them to clarify, or trying to clarify that we, as Martinez Lake Homeowner Community Association, have no enforcement ability for laws and rules in our area. And there have been issues where parking is an issue in Martinez Lake area specifically, where people are parking on the street illegally and blocking emergency vehicles like the fire department that Bill Johnson put together out there at Martinez Lake. And we've asked for a response to our letter, and we haven't received any. So my point is, I'd like to get a response. We'd like to get clarification that the sheriff can enforce the rules that are in place in the entire county in our Martinez Lake development, because the homeowner association does not have any enforcement ability for the laws in our area. So in addition, the county planning department continues to allow building permits for structures that don't have adequate parking that cause this problem in the first place. So we would like the building department to address this, number one, and we'd like the sheriff's department to clarify that they can come out and enforce the rules that are written for the entire county, even though the Martinez Lake development itself is private property. So that's my point. I'd like to get a response to the letter that the community association has written, and it would also help if they would enforce these rules so we don't have issues that we now have with the fire district at Martinez Lake. There's been a lot of argument back and forth about people enforcing rules, specifically Mr. Johnson trying to enforce rules, and it's creating discontent, which is making our fire district, it's making it very difficult for our fire district to operate out there. That's my point. I'd just like to get some.
Thank you. Well, we have your information, so legal and administration will get back to you, and also Mr. Simmons, who represents that area.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for remembering my name.
Moving on to item number 2, discussion item, broadband, possible action related to broadband initiatives and opportunities in Yuma County.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the board, Susan Thorpe, County Administrator. Today we have 3 individuals who are going to be talking about broadband issues here in Yuma County. First, we have Kathleen Fernandez. She is the ITC Chief Information Officer for the City of Yuma, and she's a member of the Broadband Action Committee. And they have done some work along with the City of Yuma related to broadband study. Then we have Paul Brierly, who also is a member of the Broadband Action Committee and represents rural Yuma County as well as the agricultural industry. And then we have Jeff Sabatka, who is the Vice President and State Broadband Director for the Arizona Commerce Authority, and he's going to talk about state and federal initiatives and dollars available for broadband initiatives that Yuma County may be able to tap into in the future. So we'll start with Kathleen. Thank you.
Hi. Good morning, members of the board and Chairman Reyes, who stepped out. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate the introduction. And hopefully I can see. I need new glasses, so forgive me if I stumble. I'm here to provide an update to you. I shared a similar update to the City Council a couple of weeks ago. I've made some adjustments because it is a very confusing topic. So if you have questions throughout, please feel free to go ahead and chime in. These are a few of the items that we're going to talk about today. And as Susan had mentioned, there's several folks from that participated in this initiative over time, and then also representation from the Arizona Commerce Authority. So the history. The other person that's not here today who was instrumental in some of the activities that occurred is Julie Engel with the GYEDC. She's kind of our evangelist, if you will, and has worked to get the group together. So she's been very instrumental in where we started and where we are today, and also moving forward. So I just wanted to give that shout out. There's others here as well. Some of the other agencies that actually participated in this initiative is about a year long. We've been working on this for about a year, at least my role. I joined it about a year ago. Higher education, agriculture has been, again, another key player. Economic development, healthcare, the Chamber of Commerce, the Airport, Port Authority, several federal, county, and local jurisdictions in the community. The primary objectives, obviously, we wanted to expand broadband service capability within the region. Obviously to promote economic growth and again, just increase the availability and capacity, whether it be to the citizens, but also to the businesses potentially that are in the community today and hopefully coming in the future. One of the things I wanted to spend a little bit of time on, and it's not it's trying to set the stage, if you will, the difference between infrastructure and broadband service. And I wanted to spend some time on that because I think that was a confusion point when I presented to City Council. One is a requirement for the other. Do we have the infrastructure that supports the broadband service? And what I wanted to stress with this group when I joined was we needed to make sure that we did have the infrastructure to support the service. It was never intended, at least when I joined, that we were going to be a service provider. In other words, we're not going to compete with Spectrum to put cable television and internet services in the home or in a business. We focused on the infrastructure. And the reason being, there's a number of reasons, but you're getting into utility service delivery when you look at competing with those major players in that space. And while some agencies or organizations across the U.S., whether it be small government, county, whatever, they do participate in those things, most typically have a utility already established. There's been a lot of research, and there's absolutely no continuity across the United States in this space. There are small cities, governments, other government agencies that have been able to create that utility, whether it be through telephone services or other. And then there are P3 partnerships. The state literally tried to do this within the last 6 months or so, where they tried to do a P3 to build out the infrastructure only. Are there any questions before I move on? I just wanted to make sure I made that point. Okay. So we engaged on what I'm terming as phase one, and that is to start with stakeholder interviews. Who was on this committee? What industry did they represent? And what was their really underlying need? While we had similar needs, they were not all exactly the same. For instance, for the city, I have an infrastructure need that's specific to city business functions. It's not to deliver infrastructure to a citizen's home or a major business location, whether it be like a strip mall or something. So not that that couldn't be. The primary objective for my role in this was I have a business need I need to meet, and infrastructure is one of the lacking elements. So in phase one, we met with all of these individual stakeholder groups. What we did to make sure that there was no one person overshadowing the needs, we did that independently. So each of the stakeholder groups met directly with the vendor that we brought in to focus on collecting their business needs, trying to identify what are known as gaps, perhaps, and then it was exclusive to that stakeholder group. So that took us a little bit of time. These are not easy things to speak about, let alone trying to say, well, give us the business need and what's not happening. Those are very difficult conversations to have, let alone try to put some numbers behind them. So through that, each group, industry, they were able to kind of create their preferred routes. For instance, agriculture is spread out across the region. And then you have city governments, they're very finite and very specific. So how do you encompass all of those business needs in a seemingly simple manner, which is not easy, again, it's not easy to do. So in the end, we had to put all of that together and aggregate all of those desired preferred routes, if you will. So what we did is it ranged from literally fiber to my doorstep. I want a piece of glass to my doorstep, so I can guarantee I'll have that infrastructure service, to a large loop that encompassed many different agencies and industries without really getting to the front door. The premise being this would be the middle mile, if you will, and I'm sure you've probably all heard of that term. It's not the last mile. With working each of the stakeholder groups and with the vendor, we came up with 3 potentially viable strategies for consideration. And those are listed there, so I won't reread. There's pros and cons for each one of these. And I'll go over those pretty quickly here. So public built, owned, and operated, that would mean that the government agencies or a government agency would have to fund it, design it, build it, own it, and then operate it. Where that becomes a challenge is then you are becoming almost a utility, if you will. How do I then build a relationship that's legally defendable, sustainable, to then lease that, if you will, to a service provider? It's a very complicated business. And then also, there are some challenges that I've seen through my research, and I think others have as well, is sometimes you get to that last, literally you're getting ready to get it all approved, the feds agree, everybody's on the same page, and then legislators come in, or lobbyists, if you will. And hopefully that wasn't too specific. But they're concerned, right? They want to, now they want to engage, which is unfortunate because you could have spent a lot of time and money on these things. Obviously, the other con would be funding, right? If you're going to build it as a group of agencies or an individual agency, you can do grant funding, whatever. But you could be talking about this infrastructure for 2 decades, potentially, depending on how wide of an area you're trying to cover. Obviously, private built. This is ultimately where we landed, which is someone else come in and do all the work. And then they lease that infrastructure to a service provider. So now, if I need that last mile, I can communicate directly with that agency as opposed to a group. Now it's very personalized, and those relationships are maintained through those 2 parties. And the P3. This is the initiative that the state went through, and I am assuming that Jeff Spaka will go over some of what happened with the state. If not, those are certainly things that you can ask of us. They were not able to succeed with the, they put out an RFI, they decided to not move forward with the RFI, but not necessarily stop the project, at least not to my knowledge. And one of the reasons may be is because they did have very well articulated preferred routes. So that's a slippery slope. You know, if you ask for too much, does it put you in a place where well, we don't want to go that way, right? As a private company, typically they're going to go for more dense areas. And obviously the P3 is a combination of the 2 in terms of pros and cons. So there was a unanimous decision after a little bit of debate back and forth, because initially some of us, again, we had not only different needs, we also had different priorities and timelines. So what I've done here is put together a couple of maps that we used as talking points. And if you see up at the top, the city is working on building its own fiber network for internal business needs. So we just expanded that to try to encompass the other government agencies. I think the border was included, and obviously, and this is strictly just an example of what we tried to encompass all of the industries that participated in the study. And then this is a little bit more detailed map. You can see it's a spaghetti mess, if you will, but the colors on the left indicate either current or proposed. But again, that blue is still kind of represents where we were trying to encompass a large group of stakeholders that participated in this study. So the premise being, if you have a loop, it's just like a freeway. If something breaks on one end, I can go the other way, right? Data travels the same way.
Okay.
Just want to make sure I'm not missing any of my notes. So that included phase one, and that took a long time because having these conversations with a very diverse group of stakeholders, and then trying to get everybody to agree on the same strategy was very difficult. So we ended up with strategy 2, which is a private entity would come in, design, build, own, and operate. So where we're at now is that concluded about a week ago. We did the presentation at the city council. We expended the funds. The deliverable was met from the vendor's perspective. Now phase 2 is what are our options next? So when I say here it's been confirmed the desire to pursue strategy 2, what it came down to is primarily government agencies. So the small cities, the county, and then we had a representation from AWC, from education and ag communities, and then obviously economic development community, which is GYABC. In terms of sharing costs, there's obviously some limitations for some of those stakeholder groups. What we did is I have a draft statement of work that I've shared with that group, the remaining folks in the group, and just asked for a commitment. And each of us have different budget restraints or restrictions, if you will, and different, I think, fiscal years. So we're still pursuing that to determine how do we split those costs and when do we start. And again, we reduced the stakeholder group to that smaller entity of who is really committed. And that's not to say that the others were not. It's more that they have some of their needs already met. And you know, in order for us to pursue this and move forward, at that point, it didn't make sense for them to continue to participate because they had the infrastructure that they needed and they also had the services that they needed. Well, that doesn't mean that they don't support the community. They have very finite and very different business requirements. And then I sent the draft proposal to this remaining stakeholder group. There's a budgetary estimate. I have commitment from the city to split that. I believe it was 5 or 6 ways. It's in the budget for July 1. And I believe other smaller communities also have it budgeted for next year. So we're still trying to work this final piece out. And then where do we go from here? Is it an RFP? Is it an RFI? Or do we do direct communications? There are companies that operate in this space already, which is they design, build, own, and operate. And because of the legislation that changed roughly about a year ago, the only thing they need from government agencies is a permit, if you will. They have unrestricted use of our right-of-ways now. So we have to move forward with whatever their requests are. So how do we best partner with those groups? And we're not 100% sure on which of those options we're going to go with. The reason being, if you look at what happened with the state and the RFI, there was a reason why they didn't decide to move forward. I don't know the exact reason, but was it because they were very specific in their requests? So that's also a balance of asking for what we would prefer, which are those loops, versus what the vendor wants to do. Typically, companies that operate here will go for density out, but then that excludes a lot of our community, including some of the county areas, even some of the city areas, but definitely ag, that's not going to meet ag's needs. So we need to figure out as a group what's next. We have a draft proposal, a budget, and commitment from, like I said, I think it's 6. But some of that's not available to July 1. And then we can make that decision as a group. So we're going to share those costs, figure out what the next step is, and then move forward. Worst case, we start July 1 of 2021, depending on which of the 3 options that we choose. And I believe that concludes my presentation, and if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them, and if not, we still have a couple of other folks that are going to speak with you and probably offer other information pertaining to the same subject.
Well, thank you very much. It was informative, to say the least. I mean, we are certainly cognizant of the fact that broadband to the outlying areas for us, I mean, because I think the communities, cities, and towns of the area here are starting to see the need to broaden their system, but to us, it's just reaching you know, the different constituents that we have out in the outlying areas that I'm sure not gonna make much economic sense to the vendors that, you know, will be interested at the beginning anyway. So it's interesting to say the least. And second, we'd like to thank you. There's a lot of effort being put into this before we step in. But the county's in a position now that in reality, we kind of know that economic development is going to drive some of this process, but we're looking at just providing services to the outlying residents. I think the pandemic here brought that disparity to us in a much more emergency manner. I mean, a matter of emergency, because people are being asked to work from home, they're being asked to be out there, but they can't. I mean, they don't have enough Wi-Fi services to be able to do that. And so this has become much, much more urgent as time has gone. So thank you very much. You have advanced quite a bit, and we'll listen to the other presentations and see how we tie all this thing together and how the county can help move the process forward. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Thank you.
Well, no, don't leave yet.
I have another meeting, so I'll try to speak for a minute.
Oh, well, okay. No, and we should have asked you guys if you had any questions then, because I thought she was going to stay for the end. Are there any questions for her?
I can stay if they'll speak.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, but that, you know, like, guys, that forces you to move fast, okay? So who's next?
Guys.
Paul? No, the guys are left. Right?
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, Paul.
So how's the wastewater system going? No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Don't open that door.
No, let's not open that can of worms.
It's doing well. It's monitoring for anything coming.
Mm-hmm. It's doing its job.
All right.
Thank you for your support on that. So as far as broadband, I as you know, I'm Paul Brierly. I'm Executive Director of Yuma Center of Excellence for Desert Agriculture. I stand here today kind of representing, you know, the rural interests and agricultural interests as far as needs for broadband, what we think needs to be done, and how that can be accomplished. And Lynn, you said you didn't have eyes in the back of your head, but you're a mother and a teacher.
I know. I can hear him back there. I just, you know, I also know how to have selective hearing.
So you all know that ag is the largest part of the economy, $3.2 billion economic impact here in Yuma County, and up to 1 out of 4 or 5 jobs here. We have businesses out in the rural areas, the field areas. That's where a lot of ag headquarters are. You know, they're having to do expensive one-off solutions that aren't really solutions to give them access to what they need as far as services to support their infrastructure. You know, they find that they can't even connect to the major carriers at any cost or at a reasonable cost. We have field work. We have equipment out there that's automated. We have large crews that move around and the support services for that. That all needs internet connectivity to function, frankly. And then ag tech. We have a large university presence here, obviously, in our center. Yuma is poised to be a center for, or a location for ag tech innovation and development. You know, that's remote sensors, drones, thinners, weeders, pollinators, all the robotics and decision tools that all rely on real-time access to the cloud, so that data can get out and come back. But without reliable high-speed connectivity out there, that's just a non-starter. It's not going to happen here. It's going to happen elsewhere. And we hate to see that happen.
Yeah, we do.
And as the chairman just enumerated, you've got students out there also that can't get access to remote learning. All sorts of things that can't happen out in the rural areas of the county. As far as schools, the E-rate program gave a superhighway to the schools and the libraries, but in a lot of cases, the students at home, they're using a tin can and string, right, to connect. So, and as again, as the chairman said, the pandemic showed the need for everybody to have access for telemedicine and teleeducation and all those things. So to give a little more perspective on what's needed, and a little history on this broadband action team, we started about 3 years ago, and Mark Smith is in the room. He's kind of spearheaded about 3 years ago. He realized how pathetic our service was here, both wireless and wired direct service. And so we made kind of a political push. We had the assistance of Tom Parise at the Corporation Commission and basically a political push to try to figure out why isn't Yuma being invested in for broadband services. And I won't bore you with all of that, but a lot of effort went in, and Verizon did do some significant upgrades to give us better cellular service. But the others really didn't, and it's shown that they won't. Meanwhile, user bandwidth needs increased by about 50% every year. So it's just a pretty steep curve of what's needed, kind of like Moore's Law with computing power. So knowing the needs and evaluating the technologies, we really believe that what's needed, and Kathleen alluded to this, is the infrastructure that's out there. We need some kind of fiber mesh out in the rural areas. Fiber, basically the bandwidth is virtually limitless, depending on the electronics you put on the end. Whereas spectrum and wireless, not Spectrum the company, but wireless spectrum out there is limited by physics, and that's a shared medium that will always fill up as the demand increases. So whether that mesh out in the county areas is every mile, or every 2 miles, or every 5 miles, that depends on what that last mile service is, which might be some kind of wireless from the tower or whatever. But all of those last mile services need to connect at some point to fiber to get back to the larger internet. An example I read about, you may have read recently, is the Final Mile project. The Rural Arizona Schools Association is pushing, and just to quote from some of their effort, they're trying to connect students who don't have access to teleeducation. They're trying to provide internet equity to students no matter where they live. And that's of course relevant for students, but I think citizens and businesses also. And they're doing it by overcoming the biggest barrier, and I'm quoting, the biggest barrier to providing service by covering the capital costs of internet access so that wireless internet service providers can provide services where there were none before. So that same kind of vision is what we have in mind for servicing the rural areas of Yuma County. So how do we get it done? We've gone through the need and what the pandemic has shown. The Kimley Horn study that Kathleen alluded to lays out these sort of municipal loops, and that may bring fiber closer to rural areas, but hoping that a vendor comes in and provides that infrastructure, that service to the rural areas is not going to happen, is not addressed in that. So let's see. So again, there's really no ROI for a company to do that. The one entity that has a return on investment for investing in that kind of infrastructure is frankly Yuma County, you guys. To serve your constituents, to assure the viability of the number one industry here, agriculture, and to make sure that new companies, new industries can come in to town. So we believe that if a public entity like Yuma County provides the basic infrastructure of a fiber backbone network, that lowers the barrier to entry for a company to come in and provide broadband services. Kathleen mentioned the difference between infrastructure and service. In return, you guys can enforce the quality of service, assure universal access, and make sure it's a forever solution rather than sort of a one-time something that gets out there and then is a dinosaur 5 years down the road. So it appears, as I think you're well aware, that the state and federal governments are coming at this problem with a lot of funding right now. This could be a generational opportunity to take advantage of funding to build infrastructure that will allow the things that need to happen and put Yuma County on the map as a place for rural economic development. But those federal funds, they need an entity that will plan, apply for, and receive the funding. And often a 10 or 20% match is required too. So with some funds, then a lot of other funds can come. There's also ongoing costs to maintain and upgrade that network, again, so it's viable on into the future. So we believe Yuma County needs to dedicate both initial and ongoing financial support as part of basic infrastructure, just like you do with roads. if you want businesses, residents, and school children to succeed, this is really imperative. So in conclusion, this is a generational opportunity to bring high-speed internet access as basic infrastructure to all residents of Yuma County. And I would just ask that you work with the Broadband Action Team and Jeff from the state, and as we figure out how to take advantage of this and not get left behind.
All right, good. Looking forward to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
I have a
Yeah, just like I don't call Supervisor Simmons, I call you Brinkley. It's just.
Mr. Chairman,
Brain.
I do have a
Yes.
question. So Paul, this map that's showing kind of some existing network in red by a company called WANREC, and then the blue is a proposal for addressing rural needs. This would be in addition to the loops that the Broadband Action Committee has talked about. It would be, those two together would really serve our needs as an entire community.
Thank you for bringing that up. What we're also, so what Kathleen showed kind of takes care of the municipal areas that hope that a private vendor comes in and builds that. Again, without the ROI in the outlying areas, they're not likely to provide any infrastructure outside of that.
Sure.
What we are finding is, again, I mentioned that the current CenturyLinks and Spectrums of the world aren't planning to invest here.
Mm-hmm.
What we're finding, though, is there are other companies, some of whom have fiber here already because of constructing E-rate projects. When they do the E-rate projects, they put in extra fiber at their own cost, knowing that someday they can monetize that and utilize that. So there are more than one company who has talked to us that has fiber here. And by the way, that's a very difficult thing to figure out who has fiber and where it is.
Mm-hmm.
But they have some kind of fiber base. They're willing to put some funds into building that out. And we think that may be one of the, I mean, I certainly don't want to, I'm not here to say the route to make this happen, but one thing that we're seeing is there are companies, for example, WANRAC being one that was big into the E-rate projects, and now most schools, like I said, are wired up and done. So their business model is evolving to how do we leverage what's in there for other community needs. And they're willing to put some money in, and they have some infrastructure already, and so that may be one path to get those areas covered. Because again, if you just visualize, it's easy to see on a different kind of satellite map where the field areas are and where the buildings are, right? Out in those field areas, we really believe what we need is some kind of mesh. Again, 1 mile apart, 2 miles apart, 5 miles apart, I don't know what it is, so that that last mile can be done by an internet service provider to provide service.
So,
Supervisor Proctor.
Mr. Chair and Paul, so you're asking the county to work with your group to invest in fiber in the rural areas, in the unincorporated areas, the county areas, either through matching grants or matching funds from grants from the federal government and the state government, or just out of our own budget to put in the infrastructure so that we can continue to attract industry, but also so that we can provide our largest industry with the broadband they need to operate their vehicles now.
That's right, and your other constituents that are out.
Well, and our other constituents, our rural constituents, and our, when you were speaking, I was thinking of AWC, where they, during the pandemic, kids would go out and there was a parking lot out there and they all knew about it, and they'd work out of their cars in that parking lot, and they left one restroom open in one of the buildings so that they could go use the restroom, because none of them had the broadband or the computer, the access to the internet that they needed to do their classes. And that's exactly what you're talking about, those kids in rural Arizona that need it, yeah.
It is exactly, I believe that Yuma County is the entity that has that obligation and that return on investment from serving constituents and industries.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to happen otherwise, and it really needs to be thought of just like roads, that you have as part of your budget.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this opportunity that's happening right now, and I believe it was Jeff Sabaka who said this, it really framed it in my mind well, when the interstate highway funding came out, there were states who were ready with plans and with matching funding. They got the lion's share of that money from the federal government, and they built out an amazing transportation system. There were other states that weren't, and they didn't get that funding, and they're still struggling today. So I see
The same thing goes with fiber, huh? The same thing goes with fiber.
I believe so.
If
Right,
we've
thank
got
you.
if we've got the plan, we can, when the funds come, we can implement it. Yeah.
Right. Okay,
Thank
who's
you,
next?
Paul.
Thank you.
All right. I'm Jeff Sabatka. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little about broadband. I've got some slides I'm going to go through very quickly and answer questions. Paul and Kathleen brought up a lot of really good points. Our state strategy focus is to expand middle mile connectivity. The internet traffic in Yuma, Flagstaff, and Wickenburg, and everywhere else gets backhauled to Phoenix. Having fiber between your community, whether it's an I-8 or I-10, Phoenix is so important. Getting rid of regulatory hurdles. We changed some state rules. Actually, I should say the state land department did. That allowed APS to get into the fiber business. It's a big change because APS is completely diverse of any other telecom routes. So if your main fiber connection gets cut, let's say CenturyLink, and you're using APS for backup, you don't go down. Closing the funding gap. We've talked a little bit about this. We're going to talk about some of the money. There's probably the biggest change. I've been doing this for 2 years. I've been doing telecom for a long time, but I've never seen money like this. All right, here are our proposed broadband policy initiatives. I'm going to go through each one really quickly, but just to give you an idea of what we're looking at. Middle Mile Strategic Plan. We have a RFP that goes out today. We're going to hire a consulting firm. We've spoken with all the large firms that you've heard of, some of the telecom specific, to develop a plan. I swear there's a laser pointer on here. I forget how to use it. Let's see if that.
Yeah.
Red, if you look at these areas, these are the urban areas. Blue are occupied but pretty spread out. The plan is connect Phoenix, 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 using our interstate highway system. And I'll tell you how we're going to do that in just a second. We're going to open up our rights of way. Right now, ADOT has rights of way or easements in some areas. It's very narrowly defined for transportation, in some cases education. HB 2596, which is going through the legislature right now, opens that up to broadband. We've looked at other states, Utah in particular. They do a good job with this. It's modeled after that. And it gives ADOT the ability to have providers in the right of way, literally right in the highway. If you spend any time traveling through northern Arizona, you'll see, for example, on I-17, that right of way is about this big between a mountain and the cars. So it's important we get access to that because, quite frankly, there's nowhere else to build. We have funded state-owned conduit for commercial use. This is where I think we differ from some of the other stuff that's been said. I believe it's important that we and you own it. The reality of the situation is that when private entities do it, they do what's best for them, and they leapfrog communities. If you look at I-17 between Phoenix and Flagstaff, which is getting done right now, and I-19 between Tucson and the border, state owns a conduit. Every mile, there's a connection point. Every city, town, cell phone tower, digital billboard is within a mile of that fiber. We have micro ducts, smaller ducts within the main pipe. Carriers use it. They're all over it. Why? Because it's very hard to get this done, to get the zoning and the rights of way. That gets back to the last slide. We have $33 million to get from Flagstaff to California. We're working with tribes and others to get from here to here. So we're going to have this. 89. Kind of an important route, isn't it? Goes from the border all the way up. 191. Starting to take shape of a network. The Sun Corridor Network is part of our 3 state universities under the Board of Regents. Kathleen's still here. To answer her question,
She left.
The reason we didn't award a contract with the RFP was we can work with these guys. They're already on the payroll. This is what they do, is they provide bandwidth to Paul and others. So they understand this process. So they're an important partner along with ADOT. Our Rural Broadband Development Grant, HB 2808, also going through the legislature.
That's running with our legislator.
That's correct. We're very grateful. In fact, this is something that came out of Yuma County.
Yes.
I think we had 3 negative votes so far, but we're moving. What's great about this grant is a lot of the federal grants, there's a lot of strings attached. You can only lend to certain people. We have the ability to work directly with cities, towns, and carriers to make that happen. Our first 3 infrastructure grants went to Payson, Page, and Bullhead City. All have transformative projects. I want Yuma on that list. I know Mark Smith and I have been talking about this for, was it 2 years now? 2 years. We're going to get this done. This is where we're going to get some of the money. But this is a small piece. Planning grants, smaller communities. They can take down $50,000 grants, much like Kathleen did, hire a consultant and come up with a plan. Apply for federal grants. We're going to open up our facilities for 5G deployment. 5G is the latest cellular speeds. Just to give you some perspective, near my home, where we have 5G, I was able to do a download at 320 megabits to my phone. That's fast. 5G deployment, why is that important? Because 5G requires a lot more antennas. I spent a lot of time talking to municipal governments saying, make it easy for AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon to do this, because they can go anywhere. If you're not, easy to work with, they'll go to Colorado, they'll go to Oregon, they'll go to New Hampshire, they'll get to you in 5 years. We're going to have cellular carriers will have a very easy process, and they can get on Arizona State buildings. We're working on things like rest stops and others to expand this. All right, this is where it starts to get really interesting. Federal stimulus funding. This is the one that passed at the beginning of the year. $285 million for connecting minority communities. Tribal colleges, universities, historically black colleges and universities. $250 million for telehealth. $3.2 billion for broadband for benefit for low-income households. What's important about this one is this is a $50 a month subsidy to low-income households, $75 a month on tribal lands. This is something that they're going to have to apply for. So we're working on trying to figure out the best way to get the word out. Y'all have a newsletter or something that you send out to people? I'd love to work with you on that, because whether this goes here or California, someone's going to get that money. $1 billion for tribal broadband. Our tribes have been very engaged. This is a lot of money. This is direct transfer to the tribal governments. It's vital that they get involved. NTIA is a little tiny agency within the Department of Commerce. There's 28 people. They just got $1.5 billion through this. We're hosting a series of webinars. First one was a couple weeks ago, every month, for communities to get coached up on what they need to do next with NTIA. Why? Because we're the only state in the whole country that got picked for this. Last year it was Idaho and Louisiana. So we understand their process. We know what to do. We can work with them and get that money to Arizona. Broadband maps is a problem. Carriers don't want to give that information up. They'll say things like Homeland Security, National Security. In some cases it's valid. In many cases it's not. We're working with a consortium group. We're going to have better maps for everybody soon. This is probably the most important one, believe it or not, the Broadband Interagency Coordination Act. Federal agencies don't talk to each other. So if you receive a grant from the department, USDA, for example, and you want to get an FCC grant, if the data doesn't match, they assume the negative. So we've had a lot of grants fall out because of that. The American Rescue. This just passed last, Friday? President Biden signed it. This is back of the napkin stuff, so please don't quote me on these numbers, because this is a lot of money. Schools, in particular, right here. They got $7.2 billion for E-rate. E-rate's the program that gets schools broadband funding. The last 3 years, they've had $2.6 billion. They got 7.2 in one big lump sum. Back of the napkin math, this is the Arizona share. Why is that important? We got to work with different schools. We have to work with the universities, because you know what? we're all, whether that network goes to a school or not, what we do is we work with the provider, I think Kathleen or Paul had mentioned that, to get them to put additional fiber into that conduit at their own expense. I tell them, I'll walk down to every government office with them and introduce them to the person who buys telecom, because it's important for us for them to be successful. This is a big deal. It's a lot of money. 195.3 million state and government aid. Y'all are going to get a bunch of money. Everybody is. Whether you spend it on this, I heard a very compelling story about the health issues and the vaccinations. There's a lot of priorities for that. I beg you that you consider looking some of this for broadband. Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund, 187 million. Similar, going to the state. It's something where the state's going to have to decide. There's a lot of stuff that goes into coronavirus. I'll be the first one to say that. Or about a little for broadband. I spent a lot of time talking to the governor's staff and others about why this is important. The telemedicine thing is huge. So this is where we are. We're in a very rare position. We're at a pivot point. We're at a point where we can do nothing, and some things will get done, or we can get really aggressive. At the state level, it's not my job to tell Yuma County or Coconino County what to do. You don't want Phoenix telling you what to do. What you do want are good solutions and good plans. That's what we're working on. We've got great partners here. I feel like if we commit right now, this is no different than rural electrification or the building in the interstate highway system. This is going to get done. The question is who gets done now and who gets done in 5 years. I want to get it done now.
Jeff, thank you. Can you go back a little bit to your first or second slide, the one that has that, those maps? Yeah, no, the other one. I think two more. That one. Why isn't there a red connecting line from Yuma to the border? I mean, I see it over in Nogales, but I don't see it over from Yuma to the border. I mean, because it's always been a problem for us in South County that people do not get that Yuma is in the border. San Luis, Arizona is the border.
That's correct.
And it's every time, we see something I mean, that's the interstate system, I understand that, but the connecting portion that's missing there is the one that takes it from Yuma to San Luis. And I know they're working on it. That's an economic development project. There's a lot of plans. There's a lot of stuff going on. It doesn't show in the maps for some reason.
I think there's a few things going on. Number one, you mentioned FEMA. There's a lot going on the border right now with the federal government. And what does the federal government need to set up facilities? They need broadband. So, we've talked to folks from the Border Patrol and other areas in that area. So there's a huge need on that. San Luis is a growing community.
Somerton, I don't want to miss.
You've got a lot of kids that are in K-12 school that need to be able to do that. Somerton's a growing community. You've got, the spaceport that they're talking about building. You're not going to build a spaceport without really good broadband.
Jeff, your presentation just reaffirms the need for us to commit to something solid. And it means a solid commitment means being able to invest on it. What I am just searching for is for a more complete picture that has us actually delivering to Somerton and San Luis, and even to Martinez Lake and all those places that, Welton, it seems to me, if we look at the original map that Paul brought on, I mean, we have a lot of farming here. I mean, farming is the biggest industry. So I think that the core idea is always a good idea. That means that you have the trunk line, and you can, if you're smart enough, you can just sort of spread it out a little bit. But we needed to come down to focus on Yuma County. We need to focus a lot on delivering those services to the outlying areas. I think the city of Yuma is going to do their own thing, and Somerton and San Luis are going to push their own thing, and that's fine, and that's great, even Welton. But I think that at the end of the day, our job as supervisors is to try to make that picture complete. Sure. In other words, if we're going to be putting a lot of money into getting this area serviced, we'd like to spread it out so that the residents of the county areas, get at least the same amount of service, if not even better, if we could. Okay.
I think Paul really had a good map for that. I think what we have to look at is once you get to the county, what do you do then? And I think that that's something that's appropriately funded at a county level. I will tell you from the state, looking at these corridors, we looked at a lot of different solutions. The best solution we had was ADOT owns it, Sun Corridor runs it. We're going to have private entities on there. There's no reason the county can't own fiber conduit and contract out the operation to someone like Sunport. That's not a bad option.
195 is a state route.
Mm-hmm.
I always wondered, I mean, it is a state route, it's state.
Yes.
It's
It's ADOT.
control.
Mhm.
I mean,
Chairman, we have a meeting tomorrow
Okay.
with representatives of Yuma County,
Mhm.
Cass County, and Mojave County. Because again, I'm choosing, and again, I'm not the chooser in chief here, this goes all the way up.
Yeah.
This not only hits Yuma County, this hits places like Parker, this hits places like Lake Havasu.
Yeah.
That's a very valuable route. So
Right.
again, believe me, 95 is in the discussion.
all right, good. You know, we put this as an action item. It's a presentation, but we put it in a discussion, an action item, because as I have gone through shovel-ready projects being funded through the, you know, last time we had a sort of like a small recession, the crisis that we had, every shovel-ready project that was available was immediately looked at as something you could do. This, to me, is somewhat similar. We've been going to Washington for 5 years, 6 years, and broadband has been in one of the items of discussion. And every time we go there through the NACO conference or something, it's always one of the items to talk about. So this presents a unique opportunity, as far as I'm concerned, to actually put some money behind, you know, behind the effort to try to get it done. And I think as a county, we have an obligation to do that. That's my personal feeling. And so getting everybody together and making sure that all the different industries in Yuma County and the residents of Yuma County have access to this is a priority, high priority for us. The study that the city conducted, I mean, we participated in it, but I think we need to broaden it up.
Sure.
So that we include agriculture, we include the military can take care of their own. That's one of the things about the military. But places like Martinez Lake, places like Welton, places out in the outlying areas like the Orange Grove area, they need to be in this particular plan. Otherwise, it's going to be an incomplete plan, and we're going to feel really weird about supporting an effort that is urban-based, because they can take care of their own.
I couldn't agree more. The rural areas and the areas most in need. And you will have some funding from this act as well as the state. There'll be grants, there'll be programs. The key is to have a plan. These are the cities who we want to connect along these routes. This is how we want to do it. Work with some providers. WANRAP was mentioned earlier. It's a very good company. You know, there are others. So find some partners and get it done. But I agree. I think that the rural areas are the ones that really can benefit from this. Because
More
if
than
you're a private, if you're a private entity, the ROI to building into Yuma, because the density and other things, is a lot more valuable. But when you start getting to rural areas, it's not so much. That's where these grants can really come in handy.
Supervisor Simmons,
I agree with what you're saying. I mean, for 5 years, 4 or 5 years, we've been fighting with the feds, you know, going to them, asking for money, saying this is an issue. And I think now we kind of hold our future in our own hands with this money being available, because it's not going to be there all the time. This is very unique as far as funding, I believe, that can come available to us to make this happen. And I would really like to see the county step up and lead in this matter.
All right. I think this is an opportunity for us to do that today.
Tony, are you considering us proposing that we do some funding for a study so that we're, or a design so that we're
I think
prepared?
we need to go beyond that a little bit. I think that we already have somewhat of a study. It may not have been focused on the rural services, but you do have that study that the city of Yuma conducted. What I'd like to do is have the county sort of overlay that. You know, we don't need to find the same numbers. We just need to add the concerns that we have about rural, areas, agricultural areas, those kind of things into that study. So conducting a new study, it's sort of like, all right,
Add to the
that's
study?
fine. We just need to upgrade that study into broaden its range so we can include those areas and do it as quickly as possible because this is going to move fast.
Yes.
So I really don't have any particular idea how we do that, but I think we can give staff direction as to, okay, this is what we like to do, and I think that Susan is resourceful enough to find a way to get this in front of us as quickly as possible so that we can start getting ready, because being ready is going to count a lot in anything we do, either through the state or the federal government, or even our own funding, which we could do. At least I know that we don't have to go back to the government to ask for permission, I hope, or order from the state to order or commission a study that broadens the range of what we're trying to do to include those areas. Is
Having
that?
this study is so vital because when you get the money, as I tell people, it's your money. And if you have a plan in place, you can run with it. One other thing I wanted to mention, we gave $1 million, the ACA, to Bullhead City. Bullhead City has a rural electric cooperative. It's called Mojave Electric. Bullhead City will have the best internet access in the state of Arizona in 2 years. The best you can get to your home in Phoenix is 1 gigabit. They will have 10 gigabits to every home in Bullhead City. My understanding is there's a rural electric cooperative in Yuma County. I've met with the state people, I've met with the federal people.
Mohawk Irrigation District, right?
No.
Is it? No, that's only a portion.
That's
We have a
just
bunch
the
of
east
it.
side.
It's in Summertown, is that correct?
It must be some other one. It must be an irrigation district.
But they
Not
have a co-op
utility.
out there
They have
too.
the co-op. Co-ops have access to funding that,
Yeah, they're a power
Okay,
district,
guys,
that's
this
right.
is gonna get really complicated in a way that, we don't wanna get into all that. What we do wanna make it clear is that when we're looking at a project, a broadband project, we want it to be broad as possible. And we want it to include both the agricultural needs and the needs of the residents of the outlying areas. We understand cities and towns can do that relatively quickly, and we want to add to that. We don't want to take from that. We don't want to take all this time to redo a study that's already been done. What we like to do is order a study that overlays that and approaches it from the regional. The study says Yuma region, but it really is focused more on providing that internet service to the municipalities.
Yuma.
That return on investment thing is always going to hit us with the private sector. I mean, they just. And even Yuma, it's a small market for them. When they can be in Maricopa, they can be in Phoenix, they can be in Tucson, where they see the numbers are going to provide a return. It always makes me laugh when I see all those 5G advertisements that we will never be able to access out in San Luis or Somerton because, I mean, we can't even access 3G, I think, or whatever. But so, Jeff, the presentation was great. It adds more strength to the prior presentations, which are basically telling us there's an effort going on right now. The county needs to get not just behind it, but in front of it as quickly as possible because some of the funding that's going to come is going to have to be targeted to this. It will be targeted to this. So if we don't have a plan ready, we'll be behind the 8 ball. We'll be the ones later. It's supposed to be in the ones in front or in it. We're going to be the ones later. So that message is loud and clear. We need to structure a motion that allows us to proceed without it getting into trouble. I think the motion.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Somebody has a motion to make?
He's thinking about it.
Well, I would make a motion that we would endorse what the consortium has put together in an effort to find the best possible route working within Yuma County with state, local, and federal partners to readily prepare a plan
Fund.
that would enable us to apply for grants.
Yeah, those motions is killing me. Are you taking this down? Because I think
And provide,
give staff direction to follow up on this.
and provide an overlay or increase the
I think the broader
area
guys, I
of
think the broader the
of the
motion,
study that the city
easier it's
did,
gonna be.
right?
Broadband throughout
Yuma
unincorporated
County.
areas
Yeah.
of Yuma County.
So what we're talking about is how.
But I wanted to make sure
how
to
do- how do we
encapsulate
work?
the involvement
Yeah, that's
with
right.
the work that's already been
Yes.
done and to
Yes.
acknowledge that. And that's why I
Yeah.
brought that up.
Yeah, and I know that. We got to wordsmith this into some simple motion that basically says the county staff will be instructed to work and coordinate with the regional partners and a broadband initiative or plan that can be presented to the board for their approval at the earliest possible.
Then I'll withdraw mine, Tony, and go with yours.
Well, I wasn't actually. I'm not gonna
All right,
mistake
or
that. I
second
don't
it.
know how it came
Yeah,
up.
Jonathan seconded, yeah.
Well, I'd said direct staff to go ahead and work with the coalitions or the partnerships to make it possible that the county can have a plan, a broadband access plan that will serve the residents of Yuma County as soon as possible. And that means coordinating with every agency that's right?
Shovel
That's a kind of
ready.
easier
Yeah.
thing, and it's broad enough to be able to have you guys come together and bring it to us for some sort of decision relatively soon.
I apologize. One of the reasons that I incorporated some of the other words in there is because I don't want to operate on an island, specifically
We should work with the.
with our
Yeah, it
cities.
should, the motion will include working with in partnership with all the different regional agencies that already have a plan or in the way of processing a plan.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Right enough.
Yeah, the county is definitely the best body.
Yeah,
Because your point is absolutely valid. You cover every city in the county.
And the agricultural sector, because I know Mr. Smith probably wants to hear those
Yes.
words being mentioned in the motion.
That needs to be in it.
I just want them to be part of that conversation so that they're not operating independently when we're focused on a larger regional plan.
Right. Okay, so the motion is clear.
Thank you.
As clear as it's going to get.
Yeah.
Jeff, thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you, Paul, and she left. Is she here? I don't see her.
Jonathan seconded, but
Jonathan
we haven't
was the
voted
second,
yet.
Yeah,
Tony
that's
was
gonna be the
motion.
tough part, huh? Okay, so,
Uh-huh.
do you understand the motion?
Yes.
Okay, well, you're the only one, but thank you.
Jeff.
So, all
Mr.
those in
Chair-
favor of the motion?
Go ahead,
All those in
never
favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. There was a silence over here to my right, but, you know, take it as an
It
aye.
died.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, may I make a,
I'm all for
Mr. Chair,
it.
I'd like to
Comment.
thank Paul Browley and ask him to thank his committee for all the hard work that they've done to get us this far. And we look forward to working with you, Jeff, and all the ag community and everyone else. And Nancy, I sent you an email that had all those little funding sources up there. Because I know that you'll be the one applying for all those grants. So,
Okay,
thank you.
all right.
Okay, that's
Okay,
it.
Nancy, you're next, but if you want to make a comment
Well,
before.
I was just going to say, I want to thank Mr. Smith too. He has
Oh,
been a
yeah,
driving force for years,
has
not just
been.
to sell, but in this, to bring Yuma into the 21st century. And I just want to thank you for all the time and effort you put in everything that you do for the community.
And I want to thank the board for taking a very forward-looking position on this. This is really important to Yuma County. It's all of Yuma County. It's all of Yuma County. What we're talking about is a backbone to serve everyone. So that's really what our industry is always focused on, not just the ag, but the entire county, everyone. So I want to thank you for taking that view of it. So that's very important for our area.
Oh, okay, thank you, everybody,
Thank you.
and we're moving on.
Mark,
to
you
the
should come up to the microphone and talk.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I'm sure we'll see him again.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to item number 3, otherwise we're not gonna get out to lunch. So item number 3, discussion and action regarding the COVID-19 emergency rental assistance program funded by the U.S. Treasury to approve the following. Approve a contract with Western Arizona Council of Governments to assist with implementation of the program and adopt budget amendment resolution number 21-40, establishing a new grant administrative position in support of the emergency rental assistance program. Nancy.
Nancy Nye with County Administration. Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Morning.
members of the board. I'm happy to say that the Emergency Rental Assistance Program is ready to be launched. Been working really hard in getting this program going. The program will serve hundreds of households who've been affected during this pandemic, with all the layoffs and closure, business closure. I think it will also help a lot of landlords who have not been able to do evictions during this period of time, as well as utility companies who've been trying to work with the clients and not shut off utilities. So I think this program will help a lot of folks. And we're parallel the program similar to the language from the Arizona Department of Economic Security, who's running the program statewide. We have structured it so that the intake of the application will be from the Western Arizona Council of Governments. They will handle the intake, the eligibility, and then when they finish that portion, the file will be sent over to the county, where we will be working with the landlords and utility companies and ensure that those obligations are met. So, be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Pankration.
I'm sorry. How are we going to get this out to the community so they know that this is available. I think that the communication out to those folks who are behind in their rent or behind in their mortgage payments because they've been laid off, it needs to get out there to them so that they're aware that this is available. So how are we going to do that? That to me is really important, to make sure that they fill out the applications, they get them turned in, if they don't even know that it's in existence. So
we're working with our communication director and trying to get the media out, the information out through the social media and as well as news stations and whatnot. Work with the local small communities to put the link to their website once this is launched. And we're making sure the application is available at those locations as well as all the libraries. And we're also working with Western Arizona Council of Government, WACOG, to work with their action agency partners throughout Yuma County to make sure that the information is disseminated.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay, couple of questions. One, is it limited to residents outside the cities, or is it wide, countywide?
Countywide.
Okay, right, that's fine. Is it time sensitive? Do we have some time to use this money? Is it a 1 year, 2 year, whatever?
We have until September 1st to deploy 65%, obligate 65% of the $6.5 million that the county received, and only until the end of the year, and obligate 100%. So we do have to fast track and get the money out as soon as we can, as fast as we can.
And going back to the question Supervisor Pancrase made about letting the community know, wouldn't it be a good idea to partner up with the cities and the towns and use their ability to communicate with the residents? Even going as far as contacting, I don't know, I was going to use the Martinez Lake Fire District, but I'm not going to go there. But I'm talking about, you know,
how about APS?
San Luis,
Yeah.
Somerton, and any of those nonprofit entities that operate in those fields, AWC, you know, to get the word out quickly, because I think that it's going to be critical for us not only to agree to have this service be provided by WACOG, but also to help WACOG, to assist WACOG, maybe it's the right word, to get people out there. It's always, to me, it's always going to be a situation where this is one of those cases where we want to use up the money as quickly as possible, even though we may get into that supply and demand issue. I don't want to get, I like to not to get to the end of this process and then all of a sudden have this money left over we have to return. And the needs, if the need's still there, we'd like to be able to help provide. Supervisor Pancrase and then Supervisor Line.
Is there any way we can advertise, do
I'm sure there's money.
a community service like we did with COVID to wear masks? Remember that? Is there any way that the county can or the group WACOG could do that?
I challenge you to say no, just to see what the reaction is going to be. These are just suggestions.
I'm sorry, Lynn, what did you say? I apologize.
Community awareness, on TV in Spanish and in English.
PSAs.
So PSAs, there you go. Public service announcement. There we
in
go.
English
That's
and
what
Spanish.
thank you. That's what I was
En
trying
inglés
to
y
say.
español.
En inglés y en español. So, I mean, I
I'll
tell
help
you
you
what,
get there.
WACOG does a decent job of advertising those services. We will add to that in any way, shape, or form that the county can find, or that we can, again, join in a partnership with other cities and towns to update them and have them be part of that, okay? Now, Supervisor Lyons?
I apologize for getting maybe too much into the weeds. Since WACOG was the only agency that was able to provide this type of a service, did we negotiate a better rate with them as far as what they're charging us to? My question is that we get the maximum amount of money to the people that need it, not in the bureaucracy. This is where I struggle with a lot of these grants, and especially only having a single provider. My second question is, how are we ensuring that the money goes directly to the people that it's owed and not into someone's account to where it can be lost? I see that often in the construction industry, specifically with insurance claims, and I don't want to authorize anything that we don't have a guaranteed delivery to the people that need it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lyons, to answer your second question first, the funding is going to be, when we issue a payment, it's never going to be to the household, the renter. It's going to be directly to the utility company and directly to the landlord. And that, even though it takes a little bit longer by doing so, we feel that it's necessary, and it's also written within the legislation.
Okay.
We are required to do so.
I'm also concerned a little bit about fraud in there.
Yeah.
And I know that you can't do everything to eradicate it, but I just want to know what the checks and balances are to ensure that someone's not inflating their costs, specifically landlords. I mean, they're entitled to a little bit of interest if they've carried somebody, but I just don't. Those are my concerns.
We are, as part of the eligibility requirement, we are requiring the lease agreement, so all the terms go out within it. We are requiring a copy of the utility bills, so we know exactly what's owed.
Okay, all right.
Makes me feel a lot better.
I read something.
I know. I just want to say something. This is our option other than the Arizona Department of Economic Security, which if you go back to what Supervisor Lyons said, there is no guarantee that people are not going to abuse it one way or another. The only thing we're trying to do is localize it so that essentially they have, look, being part of a state system isn't necessarily the most efficient system. We're trying to get as much money out by September 1st, by December. I don't think we could do that through the economic security. I don't think we have the tools to push them into anything. And this, I think, allows us to have a local agency who's doing this for 40 years, who we have a member of the board here, the executive board, we have members of different boards, and we have direct communication with, to see that there is some guidelines followed. On top of that, I think part of your item here is to establish a new grant administrative position, which should be the one that oversees this situation and simply sees an issue like this happening and stops it from happening. Is that correct? Or some ways?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, because of this added load of work on top of everything that we're already been doing, we feel it's necessary to add to staff in order to accommodate.
Oversee.
We, on our end, is going to be making the payments, so therefore, the funding issued to us, and we're making payments, and we're going to take every step to ensure that there's no fraud, and that we're issuing payments only to those who are in need of the payment. Western Arizona Council of Government has been doing social service programs for a long time. They have the utility programs, senior programs, and whatnot, so they have a good network out there already. And typically, to address Supervisor Lyons' first question about negotiation of fees, and typically most nonprofits require about 18 to 20% for administration because of capacity they have to operate. And in this case, the funding only allowed 10%, and we have negotiated actually 8.5% of the funding to administer their portion. So that's the reason we're taking the payment portion to offset their cost.
Let me tell you, personally, that is a highly unusual fee. I mean, normally 15% is considered basically break even. So if you're negotiating anything below 10, if that federally, it's because of the size of the actual grant. If it was a very small grant, it wouldn't be worth managing. It's a large grant. So I think that 8% of whatever, it's quite a high number. And I think that's what's driving that ability to negotiate something less than 15, 20%. Supervisor Pancrase, question.
Nancy, didn't I read that it can only be used for current, that they can't go back 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, that it has to be current and forward? So that would eliminate landlords from exceeding the amount that is actually owed, or utilities from exceeding what is actually owed. Didn't I read that?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Pancrase, actually the program is worded, is intent is to take care of past due.
Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, then I read it backwards. Okay, go ahead.
We are able to pay it forward,
Uh-huh.
but the household will have to, we can only pay 3 months at a time forward.
Yeah, 1 month at a
We
time.
qualify,
Yeah.
we submit, we apply.
Okay. And how many months back can they go?
The maximum is going to be 15.
15 months. Okay.
Wow, if you've been living with somebody else's property for 15 months without paying rent, that's gonna be.
Well,
There's
it
there's
goes
some
back to
landlords.
March,
The day of the pandemic. Uh-huh.
Right, guys, look, the details.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I commend you for negotiating that. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that's
It's 520.
$500,000 to $600,000 that's not going for assistance, that's going to manage it. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that because it's funds that don't
Is
get.
it 8% of what's used, or is it 8% period? 8.5?
It's 8.5% of whatever.
Okay, all right, so if
Okay.
the whole thing is
So it might be
used, then
less.
they charge for it. If it's
Okay.
only half used, they only charge for half of it,
I
okay?
just want to make sure maximum amount goes into the people that really need it.
Yeah, it's good, and it's a good comment, and like I said, understanding how those nonprofits operate, anything below 15%, it's acceptable. If you get below 10, it's really good, and I think that's what the federal government had in mind, because the numbers are huge. I mean, I as I said at the beginning, I couldn't comprehend that there was that much need in Yuma County. I thought the city of Yuma, when they started with their process to help people, wasn't going to be able to use $1 million, and it turns out they exceeded that. So I am looking forward to this being a program that assists people in their time of needs, and it's not abuse, and it's not, part of a problem. It's part of a solution. So if you guys haven't got any more comments about it, I'd like to move on.
I have one more comment.
But no, it's impossible. Okay, Supervisor
PSA.
Perez.
I just want to make sure we do a PSA so that people are aware that it's out there. A lot
Right,
of
so
people
do a
that
PSA.
are in need don't know.
I'll move to approve contract with Western Arizona Council of Governments to assist with the implementation of the program, and B, adopt budget amendment resolution number 21-40, establishing a new grant administrator position in support of the new program.
One question, and that's the second part. Is that grant driven? I mean, we always have a problem creating positions that once the grant's done, we normally don't keep, but
That
we
was my
normally
question,
do
Tony.
keep. Hmm?
That was my question.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the problem. I mean, the problem is we create something for a specific purpose, and that person, if it's a different person, in other words, this is a position. Is it a position someone already in staff are going to take, or is it a position we open up to the public?
And will we finalize that
Will we
position
finalize
at the
that
end of December when the grant runs out?
So what's the answer to that one?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we are requesting a permanent position and not grant funded. The grant will reimburse the time. So any grant that we have that has administrative funds to it, any time that's
See, that's-
spent on those grants will provide some reimbursement to the position. The reason it's needed is, as I identify on the agenda, when I put that together, we are already at this point administering more than 2.5 million. That's in exclusion of the 2.5 million in contracts.
See, I think what creates the question is the fact you put it in as to handle the emergency rural rental assistance program. If you'd have just put in, we need a grant administrator for any grant that we get in Yuma County, you wouldn't have raised that kind of question, this kind of question. The kind of question it raises is that you're basically saying that that's what you're hiring that person for, and it may be helpful. It may be part of what, in other words, you wanted to put it in the budget so you can pay for that person as long as we can out of the emergency funds. But it's a full-time position that you're requesting to continue. It's not a grant-driven position. That is what you want, right? Or I mean, and I'm surprised that the county administrator didn't say anything because, man, getting a new position through the county administrator normally takes, an act of God. But I guess, she's cleared it, right?
We can handle it either way because we want to, there are downsides to hiring a grant position and actually attracting anyone for that grant position if it's temporary.
Because it's grant-driven.
The other thing is that both finance and grants have extensively added many, many grants to their portfolio over the last year, and those are going to continue, as you just saw with the relief acts. That workload needs to have a person that's going to handling it.
Can we just separate out the verbiage then?
Yeah. I'd say that what you do is you ask for that to be establishing a new grants administrative position, and you leave that in support of anything.
Correct.
You just in support of any grant, whatever. But take out the emergency that, because to me, that means it's finite. In other words, once you get that.
I'll amend the motion.
To include that certification.
Approve contract with Western Arizona Council of Government to assist with implementation of the program, and B, adopt budget amendment resolution number 21-40, establishing a new grant administrative position.
Right, a permit.
I'll second that.
All right. You got what you need? I mean, I listened to the presentation before this one on broadband, and I think that there's going to probably need somebody to manage some of that situation as it comes up. So to me, it's timely, and to me, it needs to broaden, and I think that's done by that motion, okay? No, I'm gonna take, you made the motion, who seconded?
I did.
Oh, you did. So now we're into the discussion area. Is there anybody else that wants to make a statement about this or a question? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I'm abstaining from voting. I still am not clear on the permanent on the permanent position.
Well, I mean, it's okay. I mean, you do get Supervisor Lyons makes his point, okay? Which is basically what we started with. If that position is tied into the emergency grant, then it should be a position that terminates after the emergency grant.
Right.
But because we took that out.
And that's how it was advertised.
Yeah.
In our
so
call.
It begins that way, okay?
Does it have to?
All right. All those in favor of the, we already did that. It was 4-1. Oh, 4 and abstention.
Abstain.
Which technically goes to the 4, but we're not going to do that to Supervisor Lyons. We're going to let him take his position.
Okay.
All right, the next item is human resources.
Nancy, thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you.
This bus for you. Approve amendments to personnel rules and regulations, Chapter 4, 419, tuition reimbursement.
I like this one.
Good morning, Chairman Reyes and members of the board. Felicia Frasso, Human Resource Director. I'm here today to ask for your approval for our PR Rule 419, tuition reimbursement. We sent it out for comment to all employees. We did not have any comments, both positive or negative. So what we were asking is that we would increase the amount. Currently, it's $2,400 for the year. We break that up into $1,200 segments from January to June and then July to December. We're asking to increase it to $3,600 for the year, $1,800 for 6 months, and $1,800 for the next 6 months. We are not asking at this time for any additional increase to our budget. We believe that we have seen that there's been an increase in tuition, and we have not had a number of employees who currently participate because they only reimburse up to the $1,200. We will feel very comfortable sustaining what we have now, and with the number of employees that we currently have under the program, which is about 22 employees, this will cover them for this time, and we will bring anything back to it a further time during our budget.
Okay. Any comments? I mean,
I move to approve it.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to approve. I don't know how you got that quickly, but I'm going to move on. Any more discussion on the item? If not, all those in favor signify by stating aye.
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 Must be we're tired. Anybody opposed? All right. Thank you, Human Resources. Item number 5, here presentation by Yuma County Facilities Management and BWS Architects regarding options for replacing the Administration Annex facility at 197 South Main Street, and to provide direction as to which options the board wishes to pursue. Facilities managers will also provide a brief overview of facilities needs for the Public Health Department and Support Services facility. Now that sounds a little broad and at the same time a little limited. I read it as to be the Administration Annex facility, but then I also read it to be facilities management will provide an overview of facility needs. So I don't know, it's just a little confusing to me, but then again.
Aren't we supposed to go into executive session to discuss?
No, that's another item.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to get through so we can get to
Got it.
executive session. But
Okay, thank you.
There's too many important items in the agenda. David?
Yes, we do have a presentation and a executive session.
Oh, hi, guys.
It's 187 this one? That's what I said, I thought. So 197 is the annex in front. What is this? 198? So you're looking at just presenting for the 197 annex?
We're presenting a lot.
All right, okay, well, I mean, I recommend that when you put items in the agenda, you broaden the item for discussion, because sometimes we get into that problem that, we're specific. Okay, so go ahead and let's not get into legal.
Thank you. Chairman Reyes, members of the board, Dave Hillen, Director of Facilities Management for Yuma County. We're here to update the conceptual planning process. What started out as a renovation project for the admin annex 187, which is now being considered as a replacement project for the admin facility. So I thought if you'll allow me, I would like to start off. Actually, let me first introduce Robin Schambach and Frank Slingerland with BWS Architects. They will be presenting a portion of this as well. And they've been running the conceptual planning process going back to last year. I wanted to start off with just a recap. I'm going to go through these first slides relatively quickly and just ask that you let me know if you need to pause to expand any information or recap any of the information from what we've discussed today. So the history of the project across the street at 197 started back in 2013 with the purchase of the facility. The facility consists of two buildings, 197 Main and 192 Maiden. Together combined square footage of about 35,000 square feet. Purchase price was just under $800,000 at that time. Phase one improvements, which was essentially a tenant improvement to create space for the accessory recorder and treasurer, took place between 2014 and 2016 and included the demolition of a portion of a structure on the east side of the site where the current elevator tower is located. That brought in new utilities underground. Some seismic structural upgrades were done, primarily focused on that north building. Some cross bracing, which I'll expand on a little bit later, between the north and south structures, primarily new roof and other items. The construction of the new, I'm sorry about that, the microphone there. Construction of the new east elevator tower, a complete renovation to the north building, all three floors, about 5,200 square feet each, for the accessory recorder and treasurer, and then a partial renovation of the south building, primarily to create restroom, conference room space, and the election services offices. The aerial of the site, of course, where's my pointer on here? I can find it without messing it up. Oops, not that. Anyway, well, the red building on the side, oh, maybe it's the center, there it is. Where we are now, 198 Main, and then this area across the street. Am I able to get that back full screen back there? Thank you very much. The exterior facade showing again the two separate buildings, 3-story on this side and main floor plus mezzanine on the south side. And then the back side, again, to highlight, is the back corner of that north building, and this is the new elevator tower on the east side, as well as, of course, the main south building. Just got to make sure I'm poking the right buttons here. The floor plan laid out as you see here. This is where I wanted to highlight this cross bracing I was talking about. This was a lateral shear type of cross bracing between the first and second, third, fourth, and fifth and sixth columns between the buildings, but primarily to provide support to that north building. This is the voter registration area here, very small area in the front, and then the treasurer kind of wrapping around this larger meeting room. Second floor is divided between the assessor's office, a portion of the assessor's office, and the recording division of the recorder's office, and then the third floor being all assessor's office. The assessor was the last tenant to move into the building in the early part of 2017, and that led us into the second phase of the renovations for the project, which was, the scope was defined to be the providing a new auditorium for the Board of Supervisors, offices and conference room, communications department, studio, offices and production, and then a minor renovation and expansion of election services on that south side. This was the plan we were working with. To create that space, you can see the outline of the area that we were looking to improve, to remodel for that second phase of the project. And again, election services being down here, we were looking primarily to add a new office for the director of that department and some expansion of the front conference room. All through this design process, as I mentioned last time we met, we kind of kept bumping up against limitations with the facility. That meant we weren't able to group everybody together the way we wanted. This is the mezzanine level, showing communications offices in the back portion, as well as just overall not quite sufficient space to provide everyone with the space that they need. Along with this, as this plan developed, we also were getting feedback from the other tenants of the office, the assessor, recorder, and treasurer, with comments about how they were struggling with the facility to provide the space for the employees that they really needed as well. So it was almost, maybe, dare I say, a blessing in disguise when this happened. As we talked about back in September, in January last year, we talked about the structural issues we had with the floor. By the time that we had that plan that I just showed developed, then the structural engineer was able to apply the code requirements for that type of assembly space, and looking at it through the eyes of needing to provide 100 pounds per square foot for that purpose, he then started looking at issues with the floor and discovered this little laundry list of items down here. I won't go through all of them. I'm sure you all remember things like deflection, lack of reinforcing, and low compressive strength in that slab really meant that the whole floor needed to be demolished in order to move forward with that construction plan. This was his quick sketch of what the structural components would look like in the basement in order just to build the design we saw in the previous slides. And that, coupled with the anticipated cost of doing so and still winding up with a facility that didn't really meet the needs of all the tenants in the building, caused us to call a timeout and start looking at additional options. So between the limitations of the facility, the structural repairs and whatnot, we started looking at alternatives to those phase 2 renovation plans. We presented those issues back in January in the work session of 2020, and then in September, after that work session, we enlisted the aid of EWS architects. We explored an initial round of, we're calling it phase 1 of feasibility study to address the needs of the facility. And at that time, after that meeting on September 9th, we were directed to expand on a couple of the options and include a couple of new options and return to the board. And that's what we're really here today to do. So we are looking at 4 different options to address the needs for the facility. And these are simply the titles, if you will, of each option. Option number 1, we're calling a demo renovate new construction at the 197 site. Option 2 is a demolition of everything there and new construction. Option number 3 includes an adjacent facility to the 197 facility, which involves purchasing and then a demolition of all facilities and new construction. And then Avenue B is a little bit different concept, which essentially is a development of a campus concept, county campus concept at that site on Avenue B. So looking at the first options, again, this area on Main Street is what we're looking at for options 1 through 3. Beginning with option number 1, which was addressed previously back in September, but expanding on a little bit further here. The scope of work included with option number 1 involves a demolition of the south building at the 197 site, demolishing all interior space on the north building, which is about 15,600 square feet, constructing a new 4-story, 44,000 square foot, plus or minus, building on the existing south building footprint, matching the 4 levels of level 1 through 3 to the north. Renovating the interior space of the north building, floors 1 through 3. Retaining the existing elevator and stairway tower on the east side, and retaining the existing basement area. The combined area of the finished building would be roughly 63,000 square feet. So once completed, the layout would look something like this as far as which departments wind up where. In that new facility at 197 Main is actually new and renovated, partially new. You would have the assessor, recorder, treasurer, and election services located there, along with the board of supervisor auditorium and their offices. A studio and office space for the communications group, the school superintendent, county administration, and some additional flexible office space, meeting space, and multipurpose room. Remaining here at 198 Main would be finance, O&B, and human resources, as well as some additional flexible space or training space that could incorporate areas vacated by those moving across the street into the newer facility. Over at Avenue B, we're proposing a new facility for ITS groups, facilities management, public fiduciary, public works. The public works fleet shop is just essentially a shop where they can service county vehicles, since there's such a large number of vehicles located on that side of town. I'll expand more on what that last component looks like after we go through option one. That would be kind of an amendment, if you will, to each of the first options 1 through 3. But with that right there, I will turn it over to Frank Slingerland to walk us through the details of what option 1 would look like and layout of space associated with that.
This is probably going to look very familiar to you. This is the last option of the options that we presented last time, just as a kind of a refresher. It's the Main Street site where we are tearing down the south building, building a brand new structure, and then renovating the north side of the building, aligning the floors so that they would work, and getting as much use of the space that's available as possible. The new addition is 4 levels, and the existing renovated portion is 3 levels. And then we would work as best we could to connect those levels up, as seamlessly as possible. However, the constraints that David mentioned earlier are still in place on the north wall, in between the 2 buildings. This just quickly gives you an overview of how the space might lay out. There are certainly multiple options that we could explore as we get into it, but just to refresh everybody's memory, some of the parameters that we were given by the county were to try to keep all the departments contiguous on their own floors and not to have to transition between levels. And there were some adjacencies that were very important, like the Board of Supervisors auditorium being on the first level where it's very easily accessible to the public, recorders being on the first level where it's very easily accessible, some things like that. There were other desirable relationships that aren't achievable in this configuration, which I think was something that the board really picked up on and in the direction to us, told us to look further. So well, I should go real quickly. This first floor in this scheme has the recorder, Board of Supervisors auditorium, the communications studio, all on the same level. On the second level are the Board of Supervisors offices, the support spaces, the treasurer, the communications department, and then some unassigned space, but very little. And then if you know the building, there's quite a bit of unusable space on that second level because the Board of Supervisors auditorium needs to have a higher ceiling than the rest of the spaces, and so that takes up some of the space on this floor. And then on the third floor, the superintendent, the assessor, some unassigned space, and then some flex office space. And then on the last level, we have county administration, a little bit of meeting and training space, and that's it.
Could you back up a little bit to the prior one?
Sure.
Where would the school superintendent with 1 employee need 3,000 square foot?
3.
4 employees now? Oh, it's grown. 4 employees, 3,400 square feet.
Yeah, well, we met with every single department in the county.
Oh,
And we sat down and did a programming exercise, determined everybody's needs, and that's where the square footage are generated from. There's also, as part of those numbers, we have a gross up in circulation factor. Circulation's about 25%, for hallways and things like that, and then the gross up is for wall thicknesses.
school superintendent in particular, it's not only offices, it's their file storage and records, as well as their workspace.
That's what I was thinking, all the files.
All right, third floor storage space.
And then the fourth floor we talked about already. Dave, would you like to talk about that? Considerations?
Wow.
Excuse me.
Also, to expand on the school superintendent issue, keep in mind that they lease space in the Lane building, and it's fairly large meeting space that gets used a fair bit from our understanding anyway.
It does.
So that includes some of that space as well. For each option, we've put together a list of considerations. We tried to keep these just, you know, as factual and straightforward as we can, just so you get the complete picture of what all is involved with each of these in order to arrive at a conclusion of what seems to be the best approach going forward. The first three options are very similar, so I won't go through these each time, but to go through them here for option number one, and then I'll highlight the differences with the others. Bear in mind, of course, that this option is partially new construction, partially renovation. Even that, you know, we're really talking about maintaining just the shell, exterior walls, roof, and basement of that north wall. Pretty much everything else would be new. It does combine most of the desired departments, I think, under one roof that we're looking to combine: the county admin, board of supervisors, assessor, treasurer, recorder, election, school superintendent. HR, finance, OMB would remain on this side of the street, and again, there'd be some additional space that could be used for other purposes. And then ITS, facilities management, public fiduciary, over on Avenue B. Does remain in a downtown location near other county facilities, as well as proximity to other non-county offices that may be some benefit to being close to those. Site development, no site development is required with this option, which means we're really just talking about the limits of the building itself. No parking, mixed use of existing city parking. All the underground work is already in place. And because of that, no site development means there's nothing to maintain either outside of the building. So again, those maintenance issues aren't a factor here. Existing basement space is in place. That would be retained. That's being used for storage right now and continue to do so. Departments at 197 Main would need to relocate during construction. I wish I could say exactly how much time we're talking about. I think, you know, planning maybe around 18 months or so to be out of the building to allow for construction. They'd be able to stay while design work is being done, but would have to be out for the construction work to take place. Just a note here, in meeting with the county recorder, she stated that she's looking to relocate prior to that time at any rate, after concern for the 2020 election. That's yet to be determined exactly how that all plays out, but she has some concerns going forward with 2022. As Frank touched on a little bit, because of the limits and the overall footprint of the building size, we're not able to locate as many departments on that ground floor level as may be desired. Cross bracing, I mentioned, limits us a little bit in terms of really being able to open up the space on the first floor between the north and south side. And then, of course, there would be some remodel that would be required with this building due to occupants moving out and others maybe infilling that space. This is just a real quick summary. You'll see this again for each option of projected cost estimates for each option. So really you're just looking at three items here. Number one up here for this project, this option number one itself, we're looking at an estimated cost of about $17.7 million. Down towards the bottom, you see two other things, and I'm going to talk about one of those right now. I've touched on a little bit already. This is that other facility on Avenue B that would be buildable if option 1 or 2 or 3 was selected to move forward. This would be a new facility again for facilities management, ITS, and public fiduciary on that site. We're looking at about $7.7 million for that. And then I'll get to this at the end very briefly. There's a separate assessment going on for the health department facility that's just wrapping up. Projections right now, there's a couple different options to explore. We're looking in this neighborhood of $17 million to meet the health department's needs, for a combined total of about $42.5 million for the whole package. So very briefly here, again, having mentioned the potential new facility for ITS, facilities management, public fiduciary. As you can see from this has been in the CIP process for a while, dating back to fiscal year 18. The idea, and I don't think this is new information to anybody here, The existing facilities are a little lacking. This is the A facility of ITS. There's service desk and other components located here. This is the house that Public Fiduciary operates out of on Pacific Avenue, and this is kind of the overall site with facilities and ITS. This is an aerial view of that same site. The two departments here are similar in nature in that we have a repurposed stick frame building up front. ITS is here. That used to be the DMV, I believe. This is a trailer that brought in much later that has some office space in it, and again, that metal building in the back. This was all part of, back in the day, it was the Public Works yard out here, and that's a leftover metal building from that era. Our building up front used to be Development Services before they moved into that new building. And then we also have a trailer behind and also have a metal building out back that we use for a shop and various purposes. This is a preliminary concept plan that was developed by my department. Just thinking forward, if we were to do something like this, how we could construct a facility towards the center of the site, use the existing driveway off Avenue B, and link back through to an existing driveway on 23rd Avenue, and we essentially develop this portion of the site and leave Development Services largely untouched. By building in this location, we could keep the front two buildings open and operable until this was ready to move in, and sort of take those down and finish off parking on that site. Again, the three departments located here with some shared common space in between. COVID has done incredible things with materials costs. I'm sure you're all aware of that too. This was estimated back maybe 18 months ago or something like that. There was some contingency, factored in. How accurate this number remains, I think we can still do at least the vast majority of this for this site, but the numbers just change daily, so it's really hard to pin down exactly what we'll be looking at. With that, I won't either turn back over to Frank just yet. Getting into the new options, back to Main Street. Option 2, as I mentioned, looks very similar to option 1. Primary difference being that it includes a full demolition, so both the south and north building are demolished, as well as the elevator tower. Constructing a completely new 4-story facility on the combined building footprint, retaining the basement area, total finished square footage of about 72,800. Upon completion, we'd be looking at essentially the same layout as you saw in option 1. Primary difference being that you have additional space on all floors. That opens things up a little bit for recorder and election services to provide some needed space that they have on the first floor, as well as that complete 4th floor that extends across to the north, so there's more than there to work with. Otherwise, the department locations remain the same. And now I'll turn it back over to Frank.
So this option is where we are directly responding to your last comments about not wanting to renovate an existing building and your past experiences with the renovation issue. So as Dave mentioned, we're just proposing to tear down the existing properties and build brand new right in the same location. And so that's what is highlighted in the orange here, which would go away with the new construction. Brand new 4-story building on that site. As David mentioned, it would accommodate the same number of departments, so the same number of departments are accommodated here, and the same numbers of departments are left out here as well. We're kind of working within that existing footprint that's constrained by the roads all around it and the building to the north. We took a real quick pass at how the floors might lay out, and keeping the departments kind of contiguous on their own floors, just to give you an idea that it could work and how it would work. That showed the basement. Then on the first level, recorder and elections, board of supervised auditorium, and the communication studio are all on the first level. And then we're acknowledging that you have a real special condition here where you have that existing parking lot to the east that you can use. So providing access from that east parking lot to the new building is very important because that's where a lot of people are going to be arriving. But the building is also located on Main Street in downtown, so acknowledging that face of the building where it is on Main Street, that there may be an opportunity to develop an entry there as well. So that's an exciting aspect of this project, I think. The second floor, Board of Supervisors offices are on this level, the treasurer's office, communications offices, and then we've allocated some space to create a small two-story lobby, so the second level of the lobby would protrude up on this floor. The third level includes the school superintendent, the flex office space, the assessor's office, and the associated support spaces that show up in all of the options. And then on the fourth level, that would be the county administration, some unassigned space, and then some training and meeting space in this building.
So as mentioned, the considerations really are primarily the same as you saw with option one here, with a couple of minor exceptions. The main difference being, of course, as Frank mentioned, this is all new construction. We're not retaining any of the existing construction on the site. We have some additional space to work with, so primarily to create additional meeting room, training room, professional development space. And of course, again, going back to option one with that limits with the structural components, with the cross bracing, that's not an issue. We can really lay out the site the way the building the way that we want. Not only the cross bracing, but the structural columns that we have on that building as well. That all goes away, and we're able to design around the need. For option two, we're looking at a project cost in the $26.6 million range. There's a fair bit more new construction, thus the difference from option one. And again, these items remain the same. So a combined total package here of 51.3.
The first option was for it provides about 64,000 square foot, a little bit over that. This one provides about 73,000.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Option three, a little bit different than what we've seen so far. This includes the potential purchase of the property adjacent to the existing facility, 197. And again, just a reminder that we do have the executive session item if you want to expand further on this option and get into the details of what that purchase might look like. Thus, we would then be leading to a demolition of all structures on the combined site and constructing a new three-story facility on that combined building footprint. We once again would still have the existing basement area plus a little bit under the adjacent property, and would be looking at a total finished building size of about 80,100 square feet. Upon completion, the new building would house the assessor, recorder, treasurer, and election services, board of supervisor, auditor, and offices, communication studio and offices, school superintendent, county admin, and in this scenario, finance, O&B, and human resources would move out of this building and into the new building. We would also continue to have some flexible office space, a dedicated meeting, training room, and multi-purpose space. 198 then is vacant, at which point in time we have a future decision to make whether to sell the property or repurpose or demolish for another use. And then once again, we have the Avenue B site with ITS facilities and public fiduciary. And with that, once again, back to Frank to walk us through the details of this layout.
So this is a similar diagram to the last one, except the property to the north now is part of the scope of the project, and we're able to increase the size of the footprint that we're building brand new here. 3 levels, because now each level is over 26,000 square feet. We're proposing a 3-level building on the site. It accommodates all the departments, as David mentioned, except for facilities, IT, and public fiduciary, which remain on Avenue B site. This lays out a lot nicer with recorder and elections, treasurer on the first level with the board of supervisors auditorium. Still don't get the assessor on the lower level though in this footprint. Then on the second level, we do get the assessor, communications office, flex office space, school superintendent, and the board of supervisors offices. And the third level, county administration, which is different from all the other, I'm sorry, county administration with communications, without communications studio, which is on the first floor, but financial services, human resources, which is different from all the other, previous options, for a total of 26,700 square feet per floor plate.
So once again, we're talking about an option that involves all new construction, brand new building from top to bottom, and adequate space for all departments. All the other considerations remain the same with one or two exceptions.
Oh, David, I forgot to flip.
What's that?
I forgot to flip to the slide after.
Oh, that's right, yeah. That's okay, I'll get it. Yeah, so once again, primary considerations being we do have HROMB and finance in this building as well. 198 becomes vacated. We do have sufficient space for all required departments on the first floor. All components of the county administrator's department are together. We don't have OMB across the street while everybody else is in the building. And it does require a purchase of an additional property that the county doesn't currently own. Frank made a comment there about he was supposed to skip forward to this as well. I had asked Frank to give us some examples of what a new building, an existing older downtown development might look like, and he pulled up a few examples here just to give us an idea of places where you see something maybe more modern blending with something a bit older in style, so on and so forth. So picture, there have been some concerns even with this department from some people I've spoken with that, well, we're still trying to, it's still an old building or something. Like, no, it's brand new all the way through. So something along those lines may be what the finished product would look like. With this, now we're looking at for the new facility itself, about $29 million. And again, the other numbers remaining the same, so a combined total down here of 53.8. And yeah, you might compare that back to option 2 that was at 51.4, so not a huge increase for that additional space. And we changed gears a little bit and started looking over towards Avenue B site, just to give you an idea. Existing site with some existing county facilities on it. We have development services to the northwest corner. We have juvenile justice in the southwest corner, and the health department in the southeast corner, and then this space kind of in between here. And we're looking at collectively looking at this whole site. You can see that's about 28.5 acres or so. Developing this county campus concept on the site. So what would be involved with this would include the demolition of all existing structures that would be impacted by that, by the project, which includes facilities management offices, ITS offices, emergency management offices, some warehouse space, shops, storage facilities, and some general site clearing. We would need to relocate the existing health department's TB housing units. We would need to construct or relocate all underground utilities associated with the new project. Include the construction of a new 2-story, approximately 100,000 square foot main admin building, as well as a multi-level parking facility. The site itself doesn't provide enough space to keep everybody parked on surface parking, so we have to go up. So we're talking about either 2 or 3 level, approximately 250 or 300 space parking facility. It would include a new support service space, offices, shops, and warehouse facilities on the site, and then just the overall site development, including roadways, surface parking beyond the parking garage, and sidewalks, landscaping, site lighting, all that type of thing. Upon completion, we'd have essentially everybody on this site: assessor, court, treasurer, elections, board of supervisor, auditorium and offices, communications studio and offices, all of county administration, finance, OMB, human resources, ITS, emergency management, public fiduciary, and school superintendent, all located in the main building. In the support service building area, we would have facilities management, public works shop, and some additional warehouse space. And of course, development services, county engineer, juvenile justice, health department would remain under existing locations on the site. And as well as all that, we would have some additional dedicated meeting both facilities downtown on Main Street, 197 and 198 would become vacant, at which point, again, a decision would need to be made as to whether to sell or try to repurpose those facilities.
Dave, I have one question. Mr. Chair, Dave.
Sure.
The fiduciary building out there, do we own the land there too?
No, we do not.
Oh, okay.
That is a lease agreement
Okay.
with the Bureau.
Okay, no problem.
Again, the overall site, and we're looking at developing essentially the area, shaded area here towards the middle, about roughly 9 3/4 acres that was measured off of Google Earth, so plus or minus a little bit of area there. With that, we'll get into the concept plan of what the site might look like. I just wanted to remind the board that when we talk about conceptual planning a site like this, that this is a work in progress, if you will. It's kind of a dynamic process. So what you see is highly likely not what the final project would look like. But we had to have something. It's really about a feasibility study. Will these facilities fit on this site and how will they interact with each other? So what you'll see is based on an early step in the progression of that development of that plan, and Frank will walk us through what that could potentially look like.
Now, with the campus idea, the health department's also included in that, right? So the actual, back up one slide. I mean, we're not gonna demolish, if we did that, we're not gonna demolish the development services, and we're not gonna touch the juvenile court. But that project included the development of a new building for the health department. So those 11 acres are included within that plan?
Chairman Reyes, members of the board, will the pricing? The cost?
Oh, the pricing, we'll get to it. No, what I'm asking is, when you say that you have available those two for option 4, the county campus concept included the health department in the cost anyway, or at least additional building needs. So what I'm saying is those 11.25 acres are also gonna be used for that new building structures, right?
Yeah, do you see the 11.25 includes this whole outlined area all the way up to the retention basin? And I'll cover very briefly after we go through the primary details of option 4, some options directly related to the health facility.
Okay, so the answer is yes, right? You're including the acreage where the building is in this new concept. If it's part of the campus option, obviously the land where the health department sits, it's part of that. Yes. So when you go to the next slide and you say you have available 9.75, you actually have available for this option the 11.25 acres where the county health department sits at, right?
We have available this area of that 11.25 acres.
But you are including the buildup of the health department in this option, right? The $17 million to build up the health department. So it is part of the campus project.
Either as a remodel or a rebuild.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, right? You are including the health department, not just the open areas, but the health department itself.
I think you're right. I think the only distinction would be that the decision hasn't been made whether to demolish and build brand new for the health.
So $17 million could be a remodel?
Unfortunately. I have a very light amount of information. There's more coming, but I'll
All right, okay, all right.
And I guess my only point about that was that the area that's available for us to build on is not, included in that right now as far as, in the, for the project that we're looking at.
But the project you're looking at as an option is a campus, right? So that includes the health department, right? I mean, you're using area from the health department right now. Yes. That portion in the other side, it's part of the health department site.
You're absolutely right, yeah.
Right, so you're just sectioning off what you think is clear to use for the administrative building and everything else.
Exactly,
Right?
exactly.
What you're doing, but essentially you are taking into account that to build a health department or refurbish the health department, you're gonna need their space, right?
Yes, and also from a parking standpoint, you're right too. When we do the calculation for the whole site, we'll want to include the health department needs as part of that calculation too. This diagram shows the area, the buildings that we want to demolish, that we'll need to demolish as part of this project. IT, facilities and public fiduciary, which are highlighted in yellow there. Not public fiduciary in yellow, sorry. But the other two departments. And then this is a really quick diagram of how a new facility might fit on this site. The new facility would accommodate all the departments, so it would be a one-stop campus for all your departments. The facilities and the associated storage buildings would be relocated to the site just to the other side, across the road, across 23rd. And then this shows a two-story building being built to accommodate all the departments. The nice thing about it is the public access could be off of the Avenue B side, and then staff could be off of the 23rd Avenue side. So you have a nice way to separate public and private, or public and staff. And then we're also showing a couple, 3 decks of parking located on the adjacent to the new structure as well. So this is just a quick, again, a little bit of a zoomed in view of how the floor plates might lay out. With the first floor being able to accommodate everybody you'd want on the main level where they'd be accessible to the public, the recorder elections portion, the treasurer, IT could even be on the lower level, and then a board of supervisors auditorium space as well. Second level, finance, human resources, flex office space, assessor, board of supervisors support space, a 2-story lobby, county administrator, administration, and then all of these 2 levels would connect up to the parking structure as well. So you could have direct access off of, from the parking structure. And then there's even a little bit of potential shell space for expansion on this level as well. And of course, as we develop this project, we could even think about developing, more than 2 stories. It could be 3 stories for that, for that matter. This is just an example of how it might lay out. Yeah, sorry.
So now we have a whole different list of considerations here with option number 4. Again, these are meant to just be presenting just that, issues to be aware of when considering this option. Of course, we're talking about, again, a new facility approaching 100,000 square feet plus an additional 34,000 square feet plus or minus of warehouse, shop, and support space, and then approximately 250 space parking garage. Everything, of course, new construction. There's no renovation of existing space going on here. The majority of all county departments and agencies are now located on one site. The traffic study, item number C here, is I'll let either Frank or Robin expand on that a little bit. We had, they hired a consultant, SWTE, that performed an analysis of the site and provided some information and items to be aware of. Among them, there's just a couple quick highlights that once constructed, the facility generates approximately 3,400 trips in and out of the site daily. There would be some mitigation measures needed along Avenue B, as well as in one intersection on the northeast corner of the site, as well as the implementation of some turn lanes into and out of the site. These are not reflected in the cost estimate because, again, this conceptual plan is not developed enough to really know what exactly those measures would be, and therefore what they would cost. An overall count of 860 parking spaces would be required on the total site.
How many days?
860.
860?
Yes.
That's how many of those are new without the buildings or the departments that we don't have here, that are not here?
Are those all new spaces?
No, this would reuse, and I'm correct, right? That was the entire campus?
Yes.
So, I haven't counted exactly a ballpark, yet maybe 200 or so would exist, would remain existing, and additional maybe 600 new.
Yeah, on that parking slide, I think we break it down.
Is it? Oh, okay. We'll come back to that if that's
So
okay.
Dave, not taking into account the additional impact, you're talking about additional condemnation of properties, turn lanes, et cetera?
not definite, but, well.
I mean, Avenue B is horrible.
Yeah, it is.
And the back street is horrible. And especially with Yuma Catholic and
Yeah, you'll see the
being a
very-
part owner of Tuscany down there, our traffic is in front of the health department as horrible as it is.
Right, yeah, and so you're talking about either city right away or property that we already own. I did highlight here that in all likelihood we'd be looking at getting the city to abandon 23rd Avenue to us. That's the road that goes north-south through the site. What beyond that, honestly, just remains to be seen, and how exactly those driveways enter the site and so on and so forth, and what would be required.
So we don't really have a clear picture of the impact.
If this is the direction the county, the board wishes to go with this, then we would start pinning down those locations exactly and highlighting those along with the very last item here too. Where some weakness through the site, and obviously we can't, build a building on top of it.
But in order to have a clear picture, and I apologize for interjecting this again, but in order to have a clear picture to actually even consider this, I would want to have a lot of that information up front preliminarily, just to give it a second look.
Supervisor Cruz, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Dave, I have a concern with why we only have one story for the health department. There is something with the water table. Tell me that word again.
Liquefaction.
Liquefaction.
Huh?
If you like, we can jump forward to the
Oh.
to this little side.
Oh,
right
you're
here.
going to bring it up. Never
Yeah.
mind. Okay, fine.
Which is
You're
where we
gonna
are
bring it
right
up.
now.
We're fine.
You know.
We'll be there shortly.
Okay,
Bear with
go
me.
back to where you are. I'll be
Understood.
fine.
Understood exactly.
No, us, we are in that zone
Yes.
right now.
So yeah, there's the traffic and parking considerations, site development, of course. There's a lot of site around the buildings to be developed for parking, roadways, sidewalks, etc. There's also, we get into this issue here with underground utilities, water and sewer connection, and the fees that are associated with making those tie-ins, as well as development fees. Just a brief note on that. We're really talking about development fees for the whole site here, all the new construction as opposed to anything that would happen here on Main Street where we would be credited back for existing square footage. So I believe that's about don't quote me on this, $15, $20 a square foot or something like that for development fees. So if we're building 130,000 square feet, you get the idea there, but I think this is probably a larger issue here. Soil conditions. Well, again, we'll get to that in just a second, but that is a consideration. Of course, developing that site means we have ongoing maintenance costs associated with maintaining the site. We're not able to build a basement under this building, so we would replace the storage space that's in the basement of 197 with above ground storage. Existing apartments at 187 do not need movement, or they'll be able to stay where they are and operate as they are until the new construction is complete, and then just make one move. As Frank mentioned, this does include ground floor locations for all those departments and agencies that we want to have easy access for the public. And there's really, there's good space, I guess, to lay out the building the way that we want to make that as easy and accessible as possible. We would have space that is specifically set up and dedicated to being, permanent training, meeting, professional development space. 197, 198 again would be vacated. There's no additional property to purchase, barring any potential right of way or whatever roadways. And we are essentially developing the full campus area. So if there was a new building to be constructed, we'd be looking at a future purchase or something down the road. We're basically using up what we have. And again, I touched briefly on the abandonment of 23rd and the existing easements and whatnot under the site. Parking. And traffic.
Yeah, so this is a quick diagram of the parking calculation that we generated for the whole site. And it basically, to answer the question, the amount of space needed as it is existing is 583 spaces. When we put the new building on the site, we'll generate the need for almost 500 more spaces. So we're about 1,077 spaces required. When we add the parking structure and then we recalculate things and reorganize the parking a little bit, we're close to 900 spaces. So we're just a little bit short. But when to your point about the health center, when it's developed, there's an opportunity to address that parking need again, in that location. And then we have lots of other ways to sharpen our pencil a little bit when we interpret the code differently, you could even add another deck to the parking structure. We could make the footprint of the new building smaller by going up another level. So lots of ways we can address this. So I think that the parking calculation just shows that we're close enough to do what we are presenting here.
Let me ask you a question here.
Oh, sure.
On the parking, do you ever think, or maybe Dave, if you can answer, or whoever can answer this, but obviously, with these two buildings here, what parking lots do we own?
We own I'm sorry, Chairman Reyes,
Sure.
Fortress, we just own the very small parking lot right behind this building, which is about it.
Do you ever think we're gonna have an issue with parking in the future here in this downtown area? With all the businesses and obviously this building right here is empty. Who knows what's gonna go in there? I mean, other buildings that will probably, the legacy, if it's not purchased or leased. We got the theater over there, so.
It's highly possible. I mean,
So
from my personal perspective, I have not seen a situation where especially the two larger lots on the east side were full during a weekday. I'm sure they get close to full maybe when there's weekend activities, street fairs and things like that going on. And you run into potential for maybe where people have to go a little bit further away to walk through the building.
So we'll probably, I mean, more than probably, I guarantee that we're gonna have an issue with parking in the future.
My belief is that at a minimum, there would have to be some sort of agreement made between ourselves and the city, how that space is utilized since they own the parking lot.
Yeah, and that's to me, that's an issue because, I mean, Susan, we had an issue with a traffic light, with lights on a sidewalk on 8th Street. Now, can you imagine a parking issue with, and I'm talking the attorneys here.
Right.
So if we ever had to build a parking storage facility there or a garage, I can just see what issues we were going to have. So, to me, just to, talking about the traffic and everything, but also looking at parking in this area, it's going to be, to me, any option, I'm kind of looking back now to just one simple, just fix that building and leave it as it is, and that's it.
Looking back is tough, because I think that what gotten ourselves into here now, it's actually what we did back then. We assumed certain things with an old building. From the beginning, I can tell you, opening up an old building is like opening up Pandora's box. You don't know what's going to be in there. And that's exactly what happened in front. Now, even when we remodeled that building, the tenants that went in there started complaining just about the moment they got in. It was smell, it was, air quality, it was all kinds of issues that happen in an old building. So there is a point there where, and I think that, let me just tell you right now, I am never ready to go into executive session to buy anything yet. We just got this. We're not going to go in, I'm not going to go into an executive session to talk about buying any more land to do this until we decide where we're going to go. So that executive session, because it wasn't that specific, if it is to discuss the need to buy more land, we don't need to have that discussion yet. I think we're too far down. Not too far down.
Too early.
Too early. It's too early to start talking about buying more land or doing, even if we chose an option that require that, which I don't think, I am not ready. There's so many variables here, from square footage to how much it costs to build a square foot, to locations, because what you've done is for example, you made option one, which is the only one that's really clear to me. The other options are including the health department, which makes that price tag enormous to me. I mean, once you add $18 million, plus $8 million for IT and the other buildings, then we're not talking about removing this and, doing something. We're talking about a total, that's the campus project. But when you include it into the options, you include it in option because you have to, right? Because now we're talking not only just relocating administration and relocating just here. Now we're talking about building something for someone else, the health department, and building something for another group of people, the fiduciary and the IT department and so forth. So now that initial project that at one point in time we thought will take us $6 million plus another $5 million, it's become an $11 million project that turned into a $65 million project. Now, those are scary numbers to me. When as a builder, I look at the price per square foot, I look at all that stuff because it's different the way I approach it. And when you look at the square footage, they're pretty close. 654, 698, 634, $650 a square foot. So the decision to build, it's 64,000 square foot usable space, 73,000 for number 2, 81,000 for number 3, 100,000 for number 4. When you're a builder, you look at a square footage and you say, okay, what am I getting, right? If I'm getting a building that's 64,000 square foot and I'm paying $42 million total, then I'm thinking, okay, it costs us 664 square foot. Then I'm thinking about all the variables. And I'm always thinking, anytime you get into tearing something down and rebuilding, you're going to find what we found here. So those things I need to consider. This is the first time really I had a chance to take a look at your numbers and take a look at your locations. I understand all the concerns with the buildings on Avenue B, the complexities of building campus when you already have a heavy traffic situation. There's a lot of variables that come into play, but there's a lot of them that aren't necessarily clear. There are some things that are clear to me, and there's some things I particularly like about each one of them. Not the first one, I'll admit. The first one is the one I really don't particularly like, but there are some options in there that look, when I look at the cost and I look at the county and I'm thinking of a $65 million project because we throw in the health department, we throw in IT, we build a totally new building in an area that's got liquefaction or liquefaction, whatever.
Yes,
Did you got some issues in there? Then you have to remember we are in a flood-prone area down here where we're at right now. I mean, and there are buildings over there like the courthouse, like the juvenile courthouse that are heavy. And I suppose that when they build them, they had to go through all these studies. So to me, this is the first time I've heard a full presentation on it. I need some time to go through that stuff, to think it through, and some decisions just aren't, the information isn't there to make a good decision yet to me. But it's a great amount of work, and I've been only waiting like 20 years. I mean, I've been here 22 years. This started, I think, 10 years after I've been here. So it's been a process that's taken over 10 years, I mean, one way or another. So I'm not in that hurry. I just like to have the majority of the board, if not all the board, sort of choose one project we can get behind. Not totally, because I'm never going to be totally getting behind building anything else here in downtown. Totally. But I can accept it in some way if the other options are just undoable or in terms of money. Now, we're going to rebuild the health department. I just want to make that clear to the health department. And that's a situation that I think needs to be cleared out because you guys threw it into this campus idea, so that made it, or the IT building, which was thrown into the campus idea, which I understand. It's not a $6 million renovation project like it used to be. It is now a totally different animal with totally different prices, but I think, of cost. But I think I need a little bit of time. You guys are throwing this stuff in, and I need to look at it as a supervisor. I need to take a look at it as a builder. I need to take a look at it as a location situation. We wanted to stay in downtown Yuma for more reasons than one. It wasn't just because there was an old building in front that we could buy cheap. $780,000 or $800,000, and we got into a $5 million project that nobody ever liked that well. In an ugly building, as far as I'm concerned, that you can do nothing with because it's an historical district. You can't change the facade. It became a nightmare. And some of you are new to this nightmare, but I've been living it for years now. So when I looked at a new building, my whole perspective just changed. But I understand cost, and I understand location, I understand barriers, I understand all that. I've been around for a while. that I know that a small project turns into a huge project very soon, very fast in government. But we built, let me finish, we built the courthouse for 25 million bucks, and that's a great looking building. And it's done great for Yuma County. We built the libraries, and it cost us $60-some million to redo the libraries.
20 years ago.
I know, and that's why I'm saying, when you look at a $60 million project, Jesus Christ, you think it's a huge amount of money, but if you'd done it 20 years ago, it would have been $30 million. And you're looking at a situation as a builder, you know this, Mr. Lyons, Supervisor Lyons, that you know wood's gone up, concrete's gone up, roofing materials have gone up. Those prices, I mean, speaking as a developer that is trying to build a 100-unit complex in San Luis, Arizona right now, are 30% over by now. Just that. So if you put 30% in front of 60 million bucks, you can, well, I know it's not the total amount, but I mean, it's going to change even as we speak, it's changing. And so the more time we take to make a decision on whatever we're gonna do, the more expensive it's gonna get. And that is the only lesson I've learned throughout time here. The time is not on our side. And this has been an ongoing process for a while, so we need to start making some decisions as soon as possible. I know the elections department is here, probably listening to this saying, oh my God, you guys gonna, excuse me, not, well, the recorder who runs the elections department. So I just want you to know, this is new information. I need to digest it before we make a decision, way before we make a decision which options to go. I need to take a look, and I would like to sit and just discuss this item with time. You know, open it up at 10 in the morning or 9 in the morning and take a couple of hours or 3 hours, whatever time it takes to get to the nuts and bolts. But I know you can't get to the nuts and bolts. It's a very expensive process, and then you choose an option to get to the nuts and bolts. So I understand that. But this is not a decision that's going to be like for us. It's a decision that's going to be for the county over the next 20 years. So if we take the time and do it right, or as much as possible do it right, I think it'll be helpful for everybody else that comes after you guys, because we're spending a lot of time and a lot of money just getting to choose. And it's been a lot of time for me. I'm just getting older, I guess. Time is compressing a little.
I think you're right, too. There's a lot of variables here, too, to consider as well.
All right, so guys, do you have any?
Let me.
And then
because I sit on the committee, and just to point out, one of the reasons that the lease purchase or for to go into executive session is to either look at that building for future lease for the recorder, because we're gonna look. I mean, I know that for the next election, they don't have the room. Unless we use the other building and fix it up, or where we can't have people there, or, you know, so that's one. I think that's why it's in the agenda. Or either to purchase it or whatever option we
so it's
follow.
a separate option?
Well,
it's not included.
It's included as an option.
I mean, but it's something else that we need the building for? I mean, we can't lease it or lease someplace else?
We did lease the building for the previous
election cycle.
Yes, we did. We had it on as a portion of option 3.
That's why I thought you were looking at it. So, yeah, that's why I thought it was a decision that was made tied to what we're discussing.
Yeah.
If it isn't, then it needs to be brought forward differently. I thought this was I thought we were moving into the executive session to discuss one of the options.
It is in the option 3 or one of those. Great. But then the second, you know, if you look, the second thing is, if you look at the number, the price on the top, that's basically what each building or each option is gonna cost.
Well, the option 4 includes that, though.
The rest of the money, which is for the health department and IT, I asked to put that money in, because whatever happens, those are future needs, and it's money that we're gonna need either if we do it right now or we spend it later, which is gonna be more. So that's why those huge numbers are there.
But it's not true. Every option, 1, 2, and 3, includes $8 million, $7,747,000 for an additional building over there at Avenue B. Yeah. Option 4 doesn't. It includes it on the top number. See, that's what I want to make a point. Yeah, one of the options includes everything on the top number. The other ones have a price tag for the building next door or building here, plus the $8 million that we need to rebuild the Avenue B IT location, right? So I wanted to make sure that that's not comparable. You have to add $7 million to every one of those options, and option 3 up on top, to actually come up with a comparable price against the $48 million. So you had to, like, $29 million plus 747, that sounds like a plane. That would be 36. So you compare that $36 million to the $48 million. One is a rebuild, restructure type of situation. The other one's a brand new building, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So that's what I mean when I say we need time to sit down and discuss options and so forth.
I don't even think we totally understand all the options yet. So.
Well, I look at it as a square footage and 100,000. That's why I ask, okay, how much usable space are we getting? 64,000, 73,000 for option 2, 81,000 for option 3, 100,000 for option, approximate numbers, right? But you do, yes, for the main, well, for all facilities as far as I'm concerned.
If you're going to include the IT and facilities and.
You add more square footage?
That's, I want to say about 19,000 additional square feet.
Okay. So that.
The IT building doesn't have to be renovated. Oh, sorry. The only discrepancy about the discussion is that IT is only impacted directly by the option on Avenue B. So if you did Avenue B, you would have to do IT because you're displacing.
You're taking their,
you're
taking their place.
Displacing it. The other ones, the Main Street options, you could phase. You could, do the Main Street option and leave IT and facilities, as they are, do them whenever you want. But the Avenue B one is kind of contingent on
everybody doing it all together.
I wouldn't even know if the health department is an expansion or a new build with this options yet.
I'd be happy to.
Now, go ahead. Sorry, Supervisor Simmons, you've been.
There's something too, I don't know, we haven't really looked at. We're talking about the traffic and all this other issues, but if we take up every available inch of that campus, what if we have to expand juvenile? There's no place to expand it, so they were looking at moving it if we have to. Or DDS, we're more or less cutting our throats on any expansion of what's already down there.
Well, excluding obviously the health department, which will be a bit, and,
UV and DDS, you can't expand them because then you're taking parking spaces, which they won't allow to expand them.
Well, this is where we're at right now.
No, but I'm just throwing this out there.
But if we do what we're saying we're gonna do to rebuild it, we're just gonna add more here. We can't expand more here either. So that's a new building versus an old remodeled building to me. And it's about how many square foot there are and how much money you're gonna spend per square foot, to me. But, I mean, what I gather is that that's not even a true picture that, right now, because if you're looking at just 64,000 square foot, additional square foot, just for the remodel here, then you're not talking apples and apples, you're talking apples and oranges. So those are the issues that I think are still left to be discussed. We're gonna probably have to go to lunch and come back.
But the remodel over there isn't a remodel. It's a brand new construction. It's a tear down and build up.
One of the options. Option 2 and 3 are both.
Yeah, well, the only two I'm looking at are tear down and build up. Yes.
So option 1 is pretty much not the very popular.
No, you might as well put a big X on 1.
There's just too many variables with 4.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think we're not.
Way too many variables with 4.
I think we've got some research to do. 4 to me, 4 was a big one.
I know.
To me. But again, I've been around a long time to know that, in this situation, you have to take a look at what's the best investment possible. There's a lot of stuff going on. I like the fact that you came back with options that are doable based upon, what you know, and somewhat tenuous based upon what we don't know. So, and if you, again, take the health department and just say, okay, we're going to do the rebuild of the health department, and you just consider the IT with the rest of the people we're going to try to put together, it works out a different way per square foot.
Mr. Chairman, is the joint use facility or joint use with the city completely off the table, according to the committee?
I think that's not solving our long-term problem. If we had a short-term issue, I think we could go to the city and say, well, can we, locate here for a while? But that would be a situation where we didn't have an option available to us, but we are here. We are not the ones in trouble if we're going to tear down and move. The assessor, the recorder, And you know what you're doing, right? You're tearing down $5 million worth of improvements that we just built, that we just put in, less than 3 or 4 years ago. So when you throw that in as a cost, you end up with pretty similar amounts of money.
They're not doing it.
We told you guys not to do that.
Who voted on that?
I don't know.
Hey, wait a minute, it wasn't any of us four.
We may want to move everyone else to the city building while we redo that,
What I don't, I guess my concern is
If
some
they
of
lease
the,
it for $1 a year, I'll take it.
hey, some of the concerns that I might have, Tony, in exploring such expensive options and overbuilding and landlocking down there on Avenue B is that we look like the facility that the city has, where they've grossly overbuilt the Taj Mahal. And a lot of the city taxpayers have already, a lot of the taxpayers of the county have already contributed towards that. So,
Yeah, it's true.
2/3 have participated in that event and still continue to foot that bill. So anything we can do to be good fiscal stewards long term, solve a short term problem, and then make the appropriate plans for.
That's how we started, though.
I know. I understand.
That's how we started.
I understand.
We started by trying to solve a short-term problem with a long-term solution that didn't work. We are by far, and I know you all knew at this, you're newbies, but we're by far the last remaining group of people to get into another building. We are, the administration here. That's 22 years that I've been here, and we've done everything for everyone else. And when we got to trying to do something for this administration, for the Board of Supervisors, we ended up with this broken egg
Antiques are nice.
that we're dealing with right now.
Antiques are nice.
So it's not, I'm not refusing to acknowledge the fact that, yeah, and I think I'm not gonna be here the way it goes to see that new building. It may be just beyond my age reach or something. But anyway, these are good options. Guys, you did a lot of work and you got here, and I think that we're looking at, a couple or three real options. I think 2, 3, and 4 are worth considering further along. I think option 1 is a little dicey, but because again, we get into, tear down, rebuild a little bit in the same spot, which is something that I think I have learned that lesson a long time ago. I just let my heart get ahead of my head and decided that saving downtown was going to be a worthwhile project, and put our necks out and got him pulled. So it's still an ongoing process, and I'm just happy that you have something in front of us, because before that we were still thinking, okay, what's going on? So on that respect, I think you've done a great job.
Chairman Reyes, if we may, we just have just a couple of slides to complete the.
I want to hear about the.
Correct.
Whatever that is.
Liquefaction.
That's where we're at.
This is the results of the traffic study. I think we've touched on the highlights there. So if you like, I'll jump forward to soils and seismic, and I'll turn it over to Robin.
Thank you.
We'll work with our soils consultant on this.
There you go. Chairman Reyes, Board of Supervisors. We did do coordination with both our structural engineer, who's involved at a conceptual level, and our geotechnical engineer, who gave us some input into the ways that we might approach the situation of that site, which is in what they call the red zone of high probability of liquefaction hazard area. The next steps, and so what we did was we identified a number of mitigation strategies that could be used. We haven't designed the building yet, so we haven't decided on those, but we did identify those. There are things like caissons, there's floating slabs, there's a number of different strategies to make sure that you're addressing the physical characteristics of the soil under certain situations. Yes, sir.
Can you expand that a little bit, or is that just fixed to that size? Because
that comes out of the report.
Yeah, I know, I see.
The larger report.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get is that all that area, including where we're at right now, it's normally part of that. So the closer you are to the river, the closer you are. So when it gets high, you can see water coming up as you move out through Giz Parkway. So we are in that kind of a.
This isn't addressing flood zone. This is addressing the propensity of the
water
soils
table, right?
subsurface to liquefy in the event of a seismic activity.
Got it.
So it's the way that the soil acts under certain conditions. And there is that propensity in this area. However, the message that I want to give you today is that those can be taken into account and included as a part of the design of the project, and that there are strategies to do that. There are costs to do that, and we have outlined an allowance in the cost estimate of a surcharge, basically, to design a foundation that would mitigate those issues. So it isn't completely designed yet. So again, the message is that we acknowledge the risk, and we can design foundations to mitigate that risk. And the actual solution would depend on the design of the building. There's not a limitation about number of floors, but every floor that you go up, you have to consider that as you design those foundations. So we have taken that into consideration in the overall cost to the degree that it's possible at this point in the project. Does that help?
A little.
The across the street's been here since 1928 or something, and 1916,
That's a,
with a basement, and
yeah, no, and we built a 3-story building, basically, so would it take a
I
4-story?
did not design that building.
I know.
But it
No,
also,
no.
it also
But what I'm saying
depends-
is it still exists, and it's
Certainly.
still there.
Yes,
And it's
yes, ma'am.
still, I mean, to a certain degree, it's still usable. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So liquefaction hasn't been an issue in that side over there.
Chairman Reyes, Supervisor Pancrazi, you'll note that this map came from the county's GIS team as part of an emergency response plan that was put together some years back. You'll notice actually that we're talking liquefaction in like earthquake zones.
I know.
So the red area basically follows the East Main Canal all the way up to where.
Yeah, that's the mesa.
Okay.
Once you get below the mesa, you're in that red zone.
Yeah, and you'll notice in the report here, it states that options 1 through 3 are in the yellow zone, which is low liquefaction, and option 4 resides in the red zone. So it's a little bit different scenario there.
Thank you, okay. I didn't
We're just
realize
up.
that we were in the.
If you think about it, we're up a little bit elevation-wise from.
Yes, we are.
That's the primary difference.
All right, any
But
news?
There's
Phil?
certainly means to address those issues.
And look, we're gonna get an opportunity to ask more questions, guys. I don't think this is going to be the end of a presentation of the options and the cost and the facts. So, you know, you're gonna get an opportunity to ask more questions, and
One thing I wanted to mention is that if you were to move forward with this or wanted to explore this option farther, a next step might be to do the full geotechnical investigation and the liquefaction study, which we have asked for proposals from the geotechnical engineer, who's a local engineer, and provided those to the county for your evaluation and consideration.
have you considered any of that in your estimates so
Yes,
far?
sir.
So that estimate in Avenue B has mitigation in
That's
case
correct.
you have a liquefaction problem?
At a conceptual level.
Conceptual level, yes, everything is at a conceptual level now.
That Mr. Chair, Dave, that
Liquefaction?
liquefaction study would be good regardless of whether we use that facility or not, just to know.
Yeah, I smile because the question about what you built already in that area is answered by the courthouse and the DDS building and everything else. When we go up one more story, when we get up in the heights, then you start worrying more about that. Because I think the soil movement, I mean, we built buildings in there, tall buildings, you know, big buildings. And we're looking at doing the same thing with the health department right now. As a matter of fact, that's what we're considering to do. We're considering spending $17 million in building or rebuilding a building that's already under liquefaction in the high zone.
Yes.
So the idea of the study should be, if we wanted to do something there, what would be the challenges? Right? You know, what would be the challenge in a high liquefaction zone? Do we have to retrofit buildings? You know what I'm afraid of? Is every time you ask for something and you get a response, it may not be one, what you expect, and second, if it is what you expect, you may be looking at, how do you get away with having all those buildings in there without considering the results of this study? You know, that's what I'm always concerned with. It's like opening up an old building. Once you open it up, the answer you get may not be necessarily what you want to hear, and we may end up having to deal with that for the health department.
Well, that, and referring back, if I may, I'll jump right to that. That's the next thing. You've seen this already, I guess. cost breakdown then for the rest of optional 4.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure, let me finish it now.
Tiny question, Dave. When were these cost estimates put together? How long ago?
Recently. Robin, when did the cost estimator?
For phase 2, we completed those about 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
That's recent.
And
Okay.
then they were escalated to July of 2021, just as a point in time.
Okay.
So it got so much.
Thank you.
And likewise,
All right.
as I mentioned earlier, the number for the separate building for IT and public fiduciary and sewage management, those numbers are a little bit dated. But the department as well is
It's estimate. Everything is an estimate. All right. Well, look,
Option 5, let's build in the foothills and say the heck with it.
option 5, let's go up the mountain. I mean, I'm sure that there won't be.
Since we're talking about the health department,
Proposed
just a very
modification time.
abbreviated
Yeah, let's see it.
report. As I mentioned, there's another firm who has been performing an assessment on the facility. This also goes back, actually, there were CIP project numbers prior to what you see there, also back maybe into fiscal year 17, I want to say. My department was actually asked originally to look at one issue. What is existing site once again, and as you all are well aware, there are 2 separate entrances to this facility, east and west entrance, and there's a 12-foot wide corridor that extends all the way around kind of a U-shape. So they were dealing with security and safety issues and having difficulty monitoring both of these at the same time. And we brought up the approach of potentially enclosing this area up front and making one point of entrance that could be monitored with a security officer or whatever other means may be. As we explored that option, we became more aware of a lack of general office space, meeting space. And looking at the plan, and very obvious here in this aerial view, you'll notice this little notch out up here. Come to find out that back, 22 years ago when this building was being constructed, that was intentionally left out as an area of future expansion. So that seemed like a logical way to approach that issue. However, it just happens that led into sort of an issue of where department space is located, or divisions of the department within the facility. This being adjacent to the admin division, which wasn't terribly as in urgent need of additional space as some of the other divisions in the department. That led to further discussion about that very issue, the fact that even while this building was under construction, already changes were occurring. Divisions were coming into the building that were never intended to be there and obviously not designed to house. As an example,
I think we're gonna
animal control and the WIC wasn't originally designed to be into the space. Over time, that's led to a situation where you have some members of one division in one part of the building and some in another. Sort of like, assessor and recorder being split between levels. Likewise, these divisions are split, on opposite sides of the building. And as these divisions have grown, they've led to situations where a lot of meeting space has been eliminated and converted into office space. And those offices that were intended to house one occupant have 2
and 3
people in them, which especially with COVID has become a major issue in how to juggle all that. So at that point in time, that's the point that I approached Diana Gomez and asked if she would take I gave her a copy of the floor plan and asked her just to highlight the areas of concern in the building so we could get a better grip on.
Before you leave that, David, I think that redesigning the building without taking into account, I love the garden, but that's not, for me, a permanent facility. The exhibition garden. Yeah, I think that not planning for that is not smart. I mean, I understand the open space type of thing, but having that garden take up that much space in that facility, it's just to me almost unacceptable. I'm glad Paul left early because he might have taken that. But we do have a member.
There's a lot of people passionate about that garden.
But I mean, the garden is nice, but
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of passionate people about that garden.
I know. Well,
that passionate is an understatement.
Oh well, thank you for the gardening tip. All right.
As you can see, she has a fair number of concerns. So most of the floor plan was highlighted and numerous comments. And then this was about the point that I realized that this was probably beyond our department's capabilities of really addressing her concerns. And we went out and solicited the aid of DLR Group Architects, who jumped into an assessment. Now, like I said, they've just submitted a draft report, the final report. They are available. The suggestion was made that maybe we have them talk with the design review team, and then they potentially absolutely could make their own presentation to the findings. But a brief summary is they're looking at, and going back to the issues you were just talking about in terms of liquefaction and things of that nature. One of the reasons this cost is so high is because the number, size, type, and location of structural elements throughout the building, especially around that 12-foot wide corridor that I mentioned, makes it very difficult to work with. They're essentially immovable objects that prevent really probably being able to relay out the space the way that we would really want to. He feels confident that, you know, we could perhaps get maybe 80% of what's desired with a remodel, but you're probably never going to get exactly the facility that you want or need through trying to renovate, remodel, and or expand the existing space. Again, with escalating costs, it gave us a range here of what we're probably looking at. Again, that incorporates really touching almost every square foot of the building to relocate departments. And
Yeah. Didn't we just go through that in front there?
I'm sorry?
Didn't we just go through a remodel project in front there? I mean, that might not be as old, but it's still.
In front of this facility?
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, this is a remodel project. It's a renovate, remodel, expand. Right?
That option, yeah. This is one option to consider. And I've kind of highlighted here in purple where that expansion could potentially take place on this facility.
But it would mean going inside and redoing it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
I mean, it couldn't cost $12 to $17 million just to build those, you know, those.
No, yeah.
areas.
So it's
It
throughout
would
the
be
entire
a
facility.
complete remodel of the building.
Readjusting where all those
Retooling,
are.
yeah.
And getting people aligned and positioned where they need to be. There's also, just as an example, there's a number of restrooms that really aren't needed. They're spread out all throughout the facility, so kind of combining, consolidating, and getting things in there.
That is close to my heart, David. You need more restrooms, not less restrooms.
Depends on the facility, I guess. As an alternative, construction of a new facility, and this is not, there's no conceptual plan with this. This is just a range that was provided for what, adding the additional space onto what existing, as far as just a total square footage space, what that might cost. Now, some issues to consider when you talk about that campus plan that we've been talking about with option 4, if you were looking at constructing a new facility for the health department, where would that happen? Because trying to relocate these offices temporarily out and may have them functional somewhere else, I would say all but impossible. This kind of specialized space. So by far the easiest approach would be to construct on available land, such as in this parking lot, this new facility, while this is still operable, and then move those people in and take this down and prevent parking or something like that.
Well, you have some very passionate people about that garden. Otherwise, that would, be kind of my choice. But
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest a work session for this specifically?
I know. I know you have additional pressures at home. I get it.
No.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, again, we're moving almost up to 1 o'clock, and we got a couple of items in the agenda. So either we stop and go to lunch and come back, or is this the end of your presentation and we can, we have 10 minutes to finish up. Is there any more? Look, again, this is a very preliminary, and as far as I'm concerned, it's still a very preliminary stage in this. You guys gotten a lot of work done and put a lot of options in front of us. It's for us to start considering them. I'll probably call for a work session to deal with this issue with as much detail as we can, based upon maybe a little more advanced, a little bit more studies done, finished up about locations and so forth. Because the only thing that's left for us is options 1, 2, and 3 mean staying here. The other option is a campus on Avenue B. Until we know some other cost and possibility challenges, let's call it that. It's still a very nebulous situation. Avenue B may not be an option if some of these things pan out the way they look. So, that's going to get us back to downtown and looking into the, 2 and 3 probably, or 1, I still concede, but 1 is pretty difficult for me. But, if the Avenue B situation pans out to be too expensive, too challenging, whatever, then we'll probably start looking at 2 and 3 a little more closely, and get it down. I tell you, my timeline is that we've got to get a decision out to whomever within the next month or 2. So if that is a problem with the studies, the liquefaction studies, those kind of studies, then let us know ahead of time so we don't push too far ahead. Because, again, given what we know, these are options that we should consider, all of them. But there may be some challenges getting some of them done. 1, it's probably just not the most liked one. And 4 may just not be doable within the context of some of the stuff that we're planning to do in that area and some of the stuff, some of the challenges that it may present, which I hear really clearly. If we can't build there without having to retrofit buildings in a way that it makes them awfully expensive, then I don't think that's really a good consideration. We're looking at more than one story, so that makes it a challenging one, especially if you build, even parking structures made out of concrete may have an issue with that. They may have to be built specially for that kind of zone.
They would, yes.
Yeah, so let's just get to those details a little further along the way. I think we need to, we're not going to go into executive session unless one of the board members here decides that they need to. The elections, the recorder left, so, she just couldn't take it anymore. She had to go to lunch. So, anything else left for David to discuss? And thank you very much for coming over. What's it, BMS? BWS? What does that stand for?
Burnswald Hopkins Schambach.
Okay, well, BWS is fine. All right, okay.
What would the cost of the, yes, Mr. Chairman, what would the cost of the water be down there? You mentioned that a couple of times on Avenue B. What?
Tying into city water? I don't know. They asked to have a pre-development meeting to establish that, which we certainly could, I think, with the concept plan that we have.
And they got service there.
It just seemed like there were too many variables, so the work session's a good idea.
My primary concern with that was actually sewer. There is I believe it's an 8-inch main running north-south on 23rd Avenue. Adding this much onto that probably means a second line running parallel.
That's significant.
At the other end, as far as the capacity.
And I guess that was to my point when I say water and sewer talking together.
Yeah.
Water is all three streets have.
Yeah, no. If it requires a lift station or if it requires additional lines, running parallel, that cost is going to run into the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to get the infrastructure necessary to accommodate that many square foot of additional building. That isn't Walmart, I guess. So Walmart, it's big, 90,000 square foot or something, but they get their own stuff. That's the difference between private sector and public sector, that private sector expects the public sector to help, and the public sector expects the other public sector to help, but we don't know that. So anyway, this is just getting into the weeds again on this.
Mr. Chair, just, we're going to have a work session.
We're going to have to for this.
One of obviously, it's a lot of money without any option. I don't know if I would like to see separate just either that building with those 3 departments, and then we do administration and the board and all this administration over there, just to compare the amount, and because that will eliminate, I think, a lot of that storage. That parking garage.
Okay, so but I think all the options
to look at and
separate that.
Because 800 parking lots.
Mr. Chairman,
or parking spots. That's a lot. That's just a lot of.
You're referring to the Avenue B side.
Yes. So either I would like to see, just because all they need to do is separate. The amounts and what it would take to do just the administration over there and leaving them here, but with the new construction too. What's gonna go here, but with not bringing any other department in here.
All right. So you're looking at an option 5. Yes.
Yeah.
I know we'll hash this out, Mr. Chairman, in a work session, but you still have the water, sewer, traffic.
But
okay.
That parking garage, it's very expensive.
Yeah.
And I know in the future here, we're still gonna be looking at that. And I'll tell you right now, and that's, like I always say, we didn't think about it or anything happened.
I get that all the time.
I'm throwing that out.
Interject with one comment. We did propose, I think it was.
Yeah, at one time.
Previous meeting. We had a concept plan that had the assessor, recorder, and treasurer on that site, and admin over here kind of flip-flopped to what you're saying. and that was shelved, I guess, or set aside.
Yeah, well, we
because
decided to go with the
we decided to
campus
have
stuff.
those groups in closer proximity to one another.
Yeah.
So,
All right, well, just for your consideration, that may be something we'd look at, just separating. We're trying to get everybody at one location. We may be willing to separate, and we are already, because IT and, facilities management, IT, public fiduciary, those are departments that are going to be there in Avenue B no matter what we do. From every option that you have, has them in there. So that's what Supervisor Porch is just talking about. What would it cost to add one more department? Say administration, what would it cost? Leaving leaving them here. That's the fifth option. I don't know how long it's gonna take us to get to one option we all can work on, but I think that that may be something you guys consider, but every option you consider takes time. It takes assessment of, construction cost and movable and top ends. If we get past the liquefaction issue, if we get past that, I think Avenue B may be worth a second look. Right now, if we can't get past that, if it's gonna take too much money, if it's gonna take too much of a challenge to handle, then I think we probably scale it down a little bit. In terms of where we go. Right now, I don't think that's not a position we can take. It'll take a little bit of time, okay? And I was trying to shut this down quickly, but I guess,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair and Dave. If we added another floor on this in this option where we buy the property on the end and we add another floor, we could put IT and public fiduciary right here with us and leave just you down there in that area.
By
because
yourself.
IT,
So it's you, huh?
but IT is just in those metal buildings. So
We'll stop by
you know
and
what I'm
visit.
saying?
I do.
But
Chairman
we
Reyes.
could add them and.
The only limitation I think with public fiduciary may be is that they do have a separate warehouse for their clients' belongings. It's more of that kind of warehouse style with parking for if they have vehicles or what, that sort of
Okay.
thing, which lends itself nicely on the B side. We do have space for that. That'd be a little bit difficult.
Well, IT could go over here, fiduciary, and you could be over there.
I'm hoping that somehow not having lunch will weaken her, but it's not working.
No, it
She's
hasn't.
going to have questions no matter where she eats.
Sorry.
So
Ian's so patient.
and I'm trying to get everybody out, David, but it's not. That's why I've said, look, we're gonna have to have a work session to go through a lot of this stuff. I just don't want it to be in a hurry like we're doing it right now, because everybody's trying to get some questions in. Why don't we do something, guys? If you have any questions, based on the presentation today that you like David to answer or the consultants to answer, why don't you write them down, send them to him, and he can answer those questions, and it may help us by the next time we meet to actually look at something that we can actually do. Questions like, can we keep, can we take administration on it? Questions like that, or questions like, okay, can we add another floor? Those questions you can ask and probably get some answers to it that we don't all have to, just like stick around to get an answer, because they're not probably questions you can answer right off the top of your head. This took a long time just to get to this far. And I remember the first time we discussed it, it didn't even have action 4. I mean, well, not like this. Yeah, it was a different situation. We just didn't want to redo what we did in the past. And so we have new members and I can see where that's
You're always
going.
picking on the new guy.
So, we have new members. Oh, everybody's new here. I mean, actually, even though you're maybe 4 years old or in the post, this hasn't been something that we talked about a long time. It's been moving, and it's a moving target, and still a moving target, and it keeps adding more to it. So at some particular point, guys, I'll tell you though, my feeling is that at some particular point in time, we have to make a decision, because we're at a stage where we don't go anywhere. We just talk about new options. And it's really getting to a point now where I'm starting to doubt my ability to stay around long enough to see anything happen. So there is some sense of urgency on my side to choose one and do one.
You got Avenue B?
Well, that's not gonna affect you guys probably, you're long-termers, but, I may not, be willing to spend, another 6 years waiting for something to happen. I mean, I've been here for 22 years, I hate to admit that, but, and I still like to leave better options for you all, before I go, for everybody, including people who visit us and, use the facilities. And this is a big issue. It's mushroomed from a, $6 million, $4 million, $6 million project into a 60, 40. I mean, we're throwing in new stuff in it, but it doesn't change the fact that when you go out to the taxpayers, as Supervisor Lyons has said, they're gonna look at that and look at the price tag and go like, what?
Yeah, what are you doing? I agree.
What are you doing, guys? So we need to recognize that, because that's going to be something that I'm sure we're all gonna want to talk about. So to me, again, I think that the concept of having a campus brought into this discussion as a price tag, the cost of upgrading the health department and the cost of building another building for IT and for all these other facilities. And that's made it mushroom from a simple $10 million project, $11 million project, into a 30, 40, 50, $60 million project. That's scary. So can I leave it with that, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, please, so I can.
I thought you were still gonna continue.
I had you at.
Didn't you have a question, Jonathan?
Move on.
Yeah.
Look,
No,
you guys are starting
I'll
to make
ask
me
those
fail
questions
with my
offline.
principles.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll prep those questions
Okay.
offline.
Okay, David, thank you very much. Thank you, architects, consultants, whatever we want to call you. You guys have done a
Frank,
great
Robin,
job.
thank you so much.
It's, why they pay us the big bucks, I guess, to make these tough decisions. Thank you very much. Thank you, David. And if you guys don't have a problem, we're not having an executive session. Can I roll through the rest of the stuff? I mean, it doesn't seem to me like it may be that challenging. If you don't have to stay, you can go to lunch.
Thank
you. I'm gonna keep these people until 3 p.m. if they don't move on. So, county administration, wait a minute, am I in county administration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on county administration. Ian, you're between us and lunch.
Oh, but I want to hear all about these things.
I can do this in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Okay. Just, well, I guess I should introduce myself. Chairman Reyes, members of the board, Ian McGahey, Deputy County Administrator. I'll give you an update on a few items. There are only 2 weeks remaining to hear bills in committee in the opposite chamber, with the exception of appropriations. Once committees have finished for the session, bills that don't make it through may be dead for good, as it becomes harder to resurrect bills and to add strike everything amendments because they're prohibited on the floors of both House and Senate. Looking at the budget for the state, both chambers are discussing the magnitude of a potential tax cut package to be included in the fiscal year 22 budget. It's unclear how large it would be, but the County Supervisors Association is reporting that it's likely to be at least several $100 million in scope, and potentially up to more than $1 billion. The CSA also reports that the potential development of a new flat tax system is being included.
Again?
Discussions, the budget conversation, as well as any tax cut discussions will begin to pick up as committees draw to a close next year. Excuse me. The CSA Legislative Policy Committee took positions on 2 bills at its meeting on Friday. HB 2706 would fund the addition of 12 new benefits counselors in the state to support veterans in rural and tribal communities. It would appropriate just under $1 million from the state general fund to the Arizona Department of Veteran Services to hire additional benefits counselors, and the LPC voted to support that. Senate Bill 1107 would allow counties more time to redraw supervisor district lines. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You waited like 2 hours for this presentation.
He's dry, and he's got no water in his bottle.
He doesn't have anything, yeah.
So SB 1107 would give more time to redraw supervisor district lines based on the delay with the 2020 census. Instead of the deadline of December 1st of 2021, the bill would extend that deadline 7 months to July 1st, 22. So LPC voted to support that bill as well.
Who's running that bill, 1107? Do you know?
It is
Mesnard.
Mesnard, okay.
Okay, Senate Bill 1406, we talked about this previously. This bill was looking to repeal the license, it is looking to repeal the license tax and registration fee levied on aircraft registered in Arizona. If passed, this bill would decrease fiscal year 22 revenues by an estimated $8.3 million, including $3 million from the state aviation fund. Of course, that's a vital source for funding local Arizona airports. According to the Southwest chapter of the American Association of Airport Executives, it would also jeopardize federal matching grants for critical airport operations and maintenance. The bill is scheduled to go through committee of the whole this week, and CSA has asked supervisors to reach out to Senator Kerr to ask her to oppose the bill. Another update on a bill that we've discussed previously is House Bill 2804, which relates to executive sessions, amending the section of state statute to limit the advice that a public body can receive from its attorneys to 8 specific areas. Due to concerns raised that the bill severely limits the ability of public bodies to receive legal advice from their attorney in executive sessions, the sponsor agreed to amend the bill in the Senate so now it requires when legal advice is being offered in executive session that a general description of the matter that's going to be discussed must be placed on the notice, and any motion to hold an executive session must state the purpose for that executive session. So the CSA feels that that amendment is good enough to address their concerns.
Oh, good.
So that's moving forward. Another bill moving forward into the Senate is House Bill 2057, a bill to prohibit counties from requiring an applicant for a land division to conduct a survey as a condition of approving the land division or conveyance or issuance of a building permit. The CSA feels that the lack of legal easements, ability to show transversible access, and incorrect property lines would roll back protections for purchasers while opening up counties to additional liability. They've asked for supervisors to consider reaching out again to Senator Kerr on this issue. And speaking of our legislators, our next meeting with our 6 state reps concerning legislative priorities is scheduled for Friday, March 26th at 3 p.m. It's scheduled to commence immediately following the Tim Dunn COVID Zoom meeting. This will also be a Zoom meeting. If there are any specific items you'd like addressed, please let me know, and I'd get that worked into the agenda for discussion at that meeting. Okay, as you all know, last week, President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act into law. The bill is worth almost $1.9 trillion, with the bulk of spending going towards individual stimulus payments, state and local government aid, unemployment support, and education. It's similar to what was originally proposed, minus the inclusion of the $15 per hour federal minimum wage. This chart shows the JLBC's estimated fiscal impact to Arizona from the plan. You can see from the breakdown of the almost $16 billion slated to come to Arizona, state and local government aid takes up nearly half of the allocation, followed by $3 billion for education, more than $3 billion, and $1.7 in funding for public health. And let's break this down a little more. Take a drink. So for the state and local aid, there's a total of $350 billion nationally for state, tribal, territorial, and local government. For aid in the plan for local governments, $130 billion is divided nationally between counties and cities, with ultimately $1.4 billion going to Arizona counties. These payments would come in 2 equal tranches directly from the U.S. Treasury, the first within 60 days from when the law was enacted, and the second no earlier than a year after the first distribution. Almost done. So here, you've seen this before. Here's the estimated breakdown for Arizona counties as provided by NACO. For Yuma County, as expected, the allocation would be nearly $42 million, with each payment being just shy of $21 million. So how can these funds be used? Really, we're going to be relying on forthcoming guidance from the U.S. Treasury to help clarify the information, but here's a summary provided by NACO. First things first, the deadline for expenditure of the funds is December 31st of 2024. So the first of the 4 categories of allowable uses is to respond to the public health emergency, including responding to the negative economic impacts of the pandemic. The second item on the list was added into the Senate version of the plan that became part of the final bill, and that is to provide premium pay to eligible workers in the county or to provide grants to employers with eligible workers. Premium pay is defined as up to an additional $13 per hour for work performed during the public health emergency, not to exceed $25,000 per eligible worker. The The plan does define eligible workers, but also gives the chief executive officer of the county the ability to designate additional sectors to be eligible for that premium pay benefit. Item 3 allows for the use of funds to provide government services that saw a reduction in revenue due to the pandemic. NACO is seeking more clarity from the Treasury on that definition as what would qualify for revenue reduction. And lastly, number 4, which was also added by the Senate, allows for the use for investments of funds for water, sewer, and timely to our discussion earlier today, broadband infrastructure. So finally, the plan is clear that plan funds cannot be deposited into any pension fund, although it's possible any pension-related EREs generated by the premium pay may be allowable. Again, we're waiting for guidance from Treasury on that. So that's a summary of that plan, and that is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
That was a very good report. Very, very good.
There's a money for the sewer and water.
Testing?
Don't open that door again.
Yeah, for the sewer water hookups on 24th Street, 24th Avenue B. No, I'm just kidding. No, just kidding, Supervisor Lyons. We're just kidding. All right. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much.
Let's take all that money and just give it to the city. Instead of making.
Well, anyway, we're gonna move on, guys. We're gonna move on because if not, we're gonna spend too much. Event calendar and current events. Supervisor Peckress, you tend to go first because you tend to take longer, so.
I won't take very long. Hold on, let me find where I wrote it down.
Thank you, Ian. That was very good.
That was Ian, thank you.
Can we get those slides? Can you send them, email them to us?
Yeah, can you email them?
That'd be nice.
I attended the workforce development meeting with Arizona at Works. I attended my WACOG meeting for, I attended the COED meeting, and I went to the work session for Yuma Union High School District on the Somerton High School. That's it.
Good. Supervisor Porches.
I wasn't not attended, but on the phone with GYDC meeting last week. So some interesting news there. So that's good information.
Oh, good.
We're getting ready to elect some new
board members.
New board members.
All right, Supervisor Simmons.
I'm not going to go through all my stuff. I'm just going to say I got a call from somebody in the North Gila Valley that wanted to pass kudos on to Public Works because they have noticed that the workers that work at the transfer site in the morning when they're going to work and when they get off work going home, they are taking the time to stop and pick up the trash along 70 and the route leading up to the transfer site. But he thought that was admirable and wanted to pass that on.
That's good for the workers to know. Supervisor Lane?
To that point, Supervisor, Mr. Chairman, I had 2 calls from people who have seen people from with California plates going to dump at that site, and they expressed a concern. Participated in a small meeting with Mayor Nichols and Colonel Dudick and 3 members of the Fair Board to try and find a baseline of where we are and where we can go, and put all of the options on the table. But it was better to have that discussion in a small group so that we could look each other in the eye and actually look. We're going to circle back in about 2 weeks. We're waiting on some action items from the county fair that we can share with the military.
Eric was there, right?
Eric was there. Have opted to pursue a movement from, instead of a northward movement, to go to the west into the parking lot, into the old horse corral area. It seemed to be that would the most conducive to freeing up that space that aligns with the
Hazard
with the flight path. Yeah. So ultimately eliminating that area and making it parking, et cetera. Participated in a couple of border meetings with many representatives. Supervisor or Chairman Reyes, you were there with me at one. and NACO meetings and multiple other meetings. But those are probably the most important and most relevant for what's happening right now.
Going along those lines of NACO, we had a Immigration Reform Task Force meeting, a Zoom meeting, obviously, with 56 participants, but we also had someone from the White House, which was interesting because that indicates to me that there's at least some desire to get some of those legislative issues moved forward in terms of immigration. Obviously, they were focusing mostly on agricultural workers and those things that seem to be easier because everybody seems to be in favor of it. But there's at least a desire to move some of these processes forward, which was a 2-hour meeting to get to that point. I want to thank Supervisor Lyons specifically for using all these contacts at the governor's office and being able to coordinate some of these issues, bringing in people that may not be as well, they weren't paying as much attention to Yuma County until someone from Yuma County with enough contacts made it happen. So I do want to say that. And at the same time, I want to say that Supervisor Pancras is also, in a way, very active in some of those things. I get all those emails asking me, can we do this? Can we have masks? Can we do that? And that indicates to me that they're really out there doing the job that they're supposed to do. Supervisor Porches has been doing a lot of work to try to get vaccines to South County, to Somerton, and moving those things along. It's been a very busy time. Supervisor Simmons just talked about the transfer stations and all the things that are going on in East County. I've been around for a long time, and I don't remember seeing a group of supervisors who did as much work for you constituencies. I do want to mention that because it's refreshing for me to see that every one of you is taking that load and going along with it. I mean, it's really nice. I just got served.
Yes. We all did.
All right, but the point that I was going to make is that there is a particularly problematic intersection on Avenue C, and I think it's Riverside, where you go to the Cocopah station where there's a lift station in the corner that every time I drive trying to see if a car is coming from the left, the obstructions are the reason why some people, or, in this case, was side obstructions. But I've been talking about that intersection for a long time. That, I just want to bring that up and see if you could, David's out here, but pass it on.
Northwest corner of Riverside and Avenue C.
Yeah, as you come around First Street, you know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, that's a very, it's a curve there, but when you come out of the curve and you want to make a right, you can't see, and when you're going to make a left, you can't see. Okay. I'm afraid to bring that openly in public because somebody's going to figure it out. We did have a meeting, as a matter of fact, there's a scheduled meeting tomorrow at 9:30 to discuss this situation with immigrants and, not immigrants. I mean, I should have just said asylum seekers. And I do want to thank Mayor Nichols because he's really taken an active part of that. I know it's not a real county issue because they're dropping off asylum seekers in urban areas like Somerton and like Yuma or even San Luis. And I know that some of the nonprofits in those areas are taking over, helping process these people. But it's been people like Mayor Nichols and it's been people like Jonathan Lyons and Supervisor Port that have brought the issue forth and have really kept it on the public eye. And I know that the health department is now taking an active part in that, making sure that there's testing. I just want to convey the message to the residents in Yuma County that all of us are particularly aware of that, especially people like us who live in those areas where this is happening, and that we're taking as many precautionary steps to make sure that this situation doesn't roll into a major situation. That it is already a major situation, but I'm talking about county services, and that's really, right now, it's really contained to urban, but it's probably, it could spread at any time. What else? I think I'm going to leave it at that. I do have a question for the what is the May 24th special meeting for? If you can find out for me. May 24th? Because we do have a regular meeting on the 3rd, and then we skip the 17th and move to the 24th. Do you remember why?
Special session on the 24th?
Yeah, why is there a special session on the 24th?
Well, I know the budget dates have to be revised, or the meeting dates have to be revised due to the budget. Let me check.
Because I think we moved the budget hearings in in June to the 7th and something. You accommodated certain scheduling situations, but I don't know why we have a meeting that was supposed to take place the 17th that we moved Because if it is a special session, then we don't have the 17th, we don't have a meeting.
I'm not sure why it was changed. It was changed a while back, I think when we originally did.
All right, well, if you can find out for me, I'd appreciate it, because I've got that meeting, that week scheduled for something else.
The 24th?
Yeah, a meeting between the 24th and the 28th, those dates.
Luckily, you have a very capable vice chairman who can cover.
I know
those
that, I know that, I just want to find out why we moved it, right? It may not be necessary. I knew I'm capable vice chairman. Yeah. Very capable board.
The 17th is,
The holiday?
Patrick's Day.
No, no, this is March. We're talking about May.
Oh, May.
We're talking about May. The 17th is done. Anyway, find out for me and let me know if that was just simply because we wanted to accommodate some sort of budget thing, and I'd like to know that because I have vacation planned for those dates, okay? Your turn.
Thank you. In the interest of time, the only thing I wanted to bring up was just the discussion of border issues with federal and state officials. That's tomorrow at 9:30. If you do plan to attend, please RSVP. And if you want to attend virtually, there will be a link sent out to you if you wanted to do it that way. But first, they need to receive a RSVP that you plan to attend so they can give you both options. If you go in person, it's at the main library.
Oh, that's mine.
And the mayor commented this morning that he was out of room. So
Oh, okay. So virtual is the.
virtual is the option now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, anything else? If nothing else, thank you very much. I'm sorry to keep you this long, but I mean, that's the way the ball bounces, I guess. Thank you very much.